From the Soccerplex in Boyds, Maryland, Montgomery College Television is proud to present Game 1 of Day 2 of the Tom Bichy Soccer Tournament, with the Suffolk County Community College Sharks taking on Mount San Antonio from California. Hello, everyone. I am Michael Brown, and once again, it is my pleasure to welcome in my partner, Marcus Rosano, for the first game of the final day of Tom Bichy's soccer tournament. Marcus, great to be back together again.
Thank you, Michael. Good to be back today. It's Champions Day, and yesterday Mother Nature played with us a little bit, but as you can see from behind us, it is beautiful. It is perfect soccer weather today.
Boy, we do have perfect soccer, and you are right. It is Championship Day. By the end of the day, we'll have the very first champion of the inaugural Tom Bichy Soccer Tournament. We'll have an all-tournament team, and we'll also name our tournament MVP. And we get started here in just a few minutes with Suffolk taking on Mount San Antonio. It's going to be another great matchup in a tournament that has just been full of them. Montgomery College has done a great job of putting this tournament together to honor the memory of Tom Bichy, the longtime men's soccer coach and Hall of Famer. Tom Bichy started the soccer program at Montgomery College. He built it up over the years. He was the head coach for 37 seasons, and when he retired, he had the mark for the most wins in the history of NJCAA soccer. They have brought 4 teams together for this tournament who are all ranked in the top 10 in the National Soccer Coaches Association of America top 10 poll. So that is pretty impressive. In Game 1, we've got Suffolk going up against Mount San Antonio. Yesterday, Suffolk played the second game. Of course, they got started a little bit late because of the bad weather. They suffered a 5-2 loss to Richland from Texas, and Richland really dominated that game.
They did.
Mount San Antonio, they opened the tournament in the first game against Montgomery College, and they sort of had an anticlimactic ending to that game. It ended in a 0-0 draw, but they were in the first period of overtime. The game was intense, and then all of a sudden it stopped because we got a lightning storm that lasted well over 2 hours. Tournament officials finally decided, listen, if we're going to get the second game in, we've got to call this one a draw. So that's what they did. So Mount San Antonio drew in their first match 0-0.
Well, Suffolk really ran into a freight train, and that's Richland. Richland, out of the 4 teams we watched yesterday, they showed the best. They look powerful. They're big. They're strong. They're fast. Suffolk came out slow. Maybe that 2-hour rain delay really kind of slowed them down. They tied the game 2-2. An unfortunate penalty kick on a controversial call made it 3-2 Richland, and then that was it from there. Richland just ran away. In the first game, like you mentioned, a 0-0 tie. Somewhat unfortunate that we ended a pretty exciting soccer match with a 0-0 tie without being able to finish in a shootout. But you saw some good things out of Montgomery College. Very young against a Mount San Antonio team that is very experienced and very technical. So there were some good things coming out of the Montgomery College game, and we don't really know about Mount San Antonio yet. So we're going to find out a little bit today with a great Suffolk team, even though they did have a hard time against Richland yesterday.
But they are a tough team, so we're looking for a good matchup here. This is Game 1 of Day 2 of the Tom Bichy Soccer Tournament. Marcus and I will be right back with the starting lineups and the opening kickoff. After this, you're watching MC TV.
No matter where you're headed, no matter what your age, you'll find it all here at Montgomery College. Small class sizes, flexible scheduling, over 130 programs of study, award-winning faculty, nationally ranked NJCAA athletics. The possibilities are endless at Montgomery College. Register today.
Check out more Montgomery College programming at youtube.com/Montgomery College and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Montgomery College TV.
Welcome back to the Soccerplex in Boyds, Maryland. Michael Brown alongside my partner Marcus Rosano, and as you can see, both teams are out on the field, and we are ready to meet the starters for both teams. So, for Mount San Antonio, the starters are going to be, and we're going to follow the public address announcer here as he intros the teams. And there you see Mount San Antonio in white, and Suffolk is going to be in blue today. So here we go. Suffolk in blue, Mount San Antonio in white. Of course, Mount San Antonio from California. And our officials are Miguel Reyes, Andrew Ludwig, and Jeremy Zaire. And all right, we're going to go down the starters. Let's start with Suffolk. Number 1 is Herson. Actually, it looks like they're doing Mount San Antonio first, so let's go with their goalkeeper, Jorge Becerra. Number 7, a forward, Aldo Magana. Number 8, midfielder, Juan Ortega. Number 10, midfielder, Michel Osorio. Number 11, a midfielder, Christian Robles. Number 13, a forward, Danny Moreno. Number 17, a forward, Ivan Hernandez. Number 18, a defender, Isaac Valencia. Number 20, a defender, Ricardo Valdez. And number 22, a midfielder, Rolando Munoz. And also number 25, a defender, Keith Fujita. The head coach is Juan Sanchez. He's in his 8th season. His assistants are Frank Bustos, Ray Ramirez, Luis Salazar, Mike Fernandez, Noah Leon, and Ty Rush.
And let's get to the Suffolk County Community College roster. Starting in goal, played a great game yesterday. Herson Guzman, number 1. A defender, number 5, Marvin Chinchilla. A forward, number 7, Romario Julia. Number 9, a forward, Joseph Lopez. Number 10, Sean Hageman is a center back. Number 11, Keith Morrow is another center back. Number 13, Dennis Gustafson is a center back. Number 18, Adam Eck is a defender. Number 20, Braulio Sandoval, left wing. And number 21, Mike Riccio is a right wing. And finally, number 24, Anthony Lopez, another center back. And the coaches are Frank Vertulo, he's the head coach. Assistants are Keith Ginsberg, Ed Hackett, and Marvin Shade.
All right, well, we've got 2 great teams out there. Suffolk, talking about Suffolk, last year they were 18-2 on the season. They finished 2nd in the nation. They last won the NJCAA National Championship in 2010, and so far this year they are ranked 3rd in the NSCAA Top 10. Of course, they're taking on Mount San Antonio. Mount San Antonio is a West Coast power. They were 17-4-4 last season. They finished 2nd in the California State Championship, losing a 1-0 heartbreaker in the final to Hartnell College. That ended a streak of 4 straight California Community College Athletic Association championships for the Mounties. This season so far, they are undefeated, and they are ranked number 4 in the National Soccer Coaches Association of America Top 10. And now it's time for our national anthem. And that was our national anthem. Once again, the referees for today's match, Miguel Reyes, Andrew Ludwig, and Jeremy Zaire. Different set of officials than we had yesterday, Marcus.
We talked about Suffolk already having 2 losses this year. They lost to rival Nassau, and they lost yesterday to Richland, and they've only had 2 losses all season last year. So Coach Vertulo is probably not too happy in the beginning of the season. But again, this is the beginning of the season. This is a tournament that they expected to have, to have some serious competition in. So it's a positive thing to come down here and play, 3 other perennial top 10 national teams.
Well, my guess is he is a little bit concerned because he has so many returners. From last year, he returned 14 players from last year's team.
By far, that's the most of anybody in this tournament.
That is correct, by a good number. For example, Montgomery College with just 4 returners, Mount San Antonio with 10. That's a good number. Yeah. But Richland had, I believe, 8 returners. So, of course, that's the nature of a 2-year institution, is that there's a lot of turnover. And as Pedro Braz, the head coach of Montgomery College, likes to say, basically you're rebuilding every year.
This is going to be an interesting matchup. As we saw Mount San Antonio, they like to possess the ball. They take it at a little slower pace, and they like to pass it in the midfield. That was one of the problems that MC had, was really getting it going and getting cohesion, in the midfielders in order to get it up to your attackers like, Gabe and Nieto. So we saw Mount San Antonio be very tactical. And Suffolk, I think, is also a little bit more tactical, much more than we saw Richland last night. Richland was an attacking team. So I think this is sort of a matchup in equal style. Should be interesting.
And we're underway on an absolutely picture-perfect day for soccer. This is more like it. I'll tell you one thing I'm wondering as I look at our flags flying over there, Marcus.
Yeah.
The wind could actually be a bit of a factor today at times. It's blowing pretty steadily west to east. We had a huge change in weather here last night. Yesterday, it felt like we were in the tropics. The humidity was unbelievably high. It was mid-90s temperature. We had a couple of people on our television crew really suffer. Of course, they're hard-working people, and there's a lot of effort that goes into one of these television productions. But today is totally different.
Well, the dew point yesterday was 72, and the dew point is supposed to be 50 today. I learned that when driving home last night. And the 72 dew point is a lot of moisture in the air, and it makes you sweat.
So once again, Suffolk is in blue today, and Mount San Antonio in white. And I can tell you right now, the Mount San Antonio numbers are going to be a little tough to read because they are gold on the white.
As long as they're to the near side.
Yeah, on the opposite side of the field from us, it's going to be a little tough, and particularly with the sun reflecting off those gold numbers. So Excuse us, folks that are watching the stream out there in California. If we misidentify a player, it's merely because the old peepers don't work the way they used to. So we are underway. Two of the best teams in the country. Now, one thing I'm going to be interested to see is the physical nature of this game. The Suffolk Richland game yesterday was very, very physical, and neither team backing down from a physical standpoint. Mount San Antonio did not. The Mount San Antonio Montgomery College game was not nearly as physical. Did you?
I agree, definitely agree, and that was one thing that that the Mount San Antonio coach was actually worried about, was coming east and playing the stereotypically physical brand of Eastern U.S. soccer. But MC is still very young, so we didn't see that physical play like we saw with Richland and Suffolk. But quite frankly, I don't think Suffolk really wanted to play a physical game last night like Richland did.
I just think it's from and of course we'll see that in game 2 today. When you see the Richland team, you can understand why they are physical. They've got some big fellas. There's a shot on goal, but an easy stop for Becerra.
Becerra was very steady in goal yesterday, but he got a lot of help because we talked about how good the defenders are for Mount San Antonio.
Their defense was very impressive, very solid on the back line. Montgomery College had precious few opportunities. They had quite a few opportunities in the early going. They couldn't get anything into the net, and then it just seemed like Mount San Antonio just tightened things up.
They really did. They suffocated everything in the penalty box. As soon as MC's goal scorers got within within a 20 yards of the goal, it just seemed like they were man on man. I mean, they marked Gabe, Endai and Nieto really well. And you're talking about two guys that scored 35 and 25 goals last year, and we ended in a 0-0 tie.
Yeah, very surprising to not see Montgomery College score. I can't remember in the last couple of years. I don't believe they've been shut out. I know last year they were not shut out. Year before, I'm not so sure, but I don't think so.
That's a great through ball up to number 25.
Yeah, he could not stop it, though. It went out. He gave it his all.
Keith Fujita had a nice run up the right wing.
So Suffolk, of course, they're from Suffolk County on Long Island. And Mount San Antonio are from Walnut, California. They play in the South Coast Conference of the California Community College Athletic Association.
And we won't see any of those teams from California in the NJCAA tournament because when their season is over in California, that's it. But they have a California state championship, and it's a big deal.
Oh, they do. There are 97 two-year schools in the California Community College Athletic Association.
It's kind of crazy to think. I work in communications at MC, so I know pretty well all the other community colleges in the University of Maryland system here, and to think that there's 97 in one state, it just boggles the mind.
97, and it's really something. So when you win that thing, you've won something.
And their I guess you could say their honor roll or their athletic hall of fame has some amazing numbers or some amazing names like Jackie Robinson, Joe Montana, Jackie Joyner Kersey. And if anybody wants to Google the community college system in California Hall of Fame, it's a pretty impressive list.
It is a very impressive list. And a couple other names, Warren Moon, Debbie Meyer, Valerie Briscoe Hooks, Joe Morgan, Hall of Fame baseball player, and also a couple of great coaches, Bill Walsh,
that's right,
John Madden, and here we go. Here's a shot. Ooh, Becerra just got a piece of that one.
Joseph Lopez had a great run, and he beat his man right at the top of the penalty box, and he tried to get the far post with the left-handed shot, but it just went wide.
He had a good game last night.
Joe Lopez early on has gotten a couple of good runs.
One thing we're going to look for just a little bit is fatigue factor. Suffolk did not finish their game last night until after 10 p.m. Eastern Time. And here they are back just a little over 12 hours later playing again. So, of course, these are young guys and they're in fantastic shape. If anybody can do it, they can, and I'm sure it won't be a huge factor. But fact of the matter is, Mount San Antonio had a few more hours rest. So we have a throw in here by number 13, Dennis Gustafson. Comes a bit of a run. Ooh, there's just a physical takedown there. And they're going to call a penalty, a foul on number 20, Ricardo Valdez. He just tackled him.
Well, Ricardo's built like a fullback, and that meaning the football fullback. American football.
Yeah, he's a burly guy. All right, so this is almost a corner kick for Lopez, number 9. See what they have in mind. They're centering it. And San Antonio gets it out of there. Gustafson's keeps it in. There's another opportunity. And number 20, Braulio Sandoval, just couldn't angle it correctly.
One guy we don't see in the Suffolk starting lineup is Terry Alice. He scored both goals for Suffolk last night.
He did, and he scored them both. Scored them both within a minute and a half of each other.
But he does have some new starters today.
Yes, he does, and that was, of course, in the first half. Score was tied at 2 at the half in the Suffolk-Richland game.
Hey, Suffolk brought it back, tied the game.
Richland jumped out to a 2-0 lead, and then Suffolk tied it just before the half on the 2 Alice goals. But it was all Richland in the second half. Here's Mount San Antonio with an attack. Nice block there, nice defensive work by number 5, Marvin Chinchilla.
And that was a nice cross to set that run up by Aldo Magana, number 7.
That's going to set up a corner. Early in the going, Suffolk with 3 shots on goal, none for Mount San Antonio at this point. Cannot make out the number on the gentleman.
Oh, that's Aldo. I was just going to say we're going to have to look at our monitor for the long shot.
Here it comes. Ooh, that was a dangerous ball. That was like a through ball, but it went through the goal area.
Yeah, I can't believe that ball didn't find a home to anybody's foot.
Oh my gosh, it just kind of skipped through there like a stone over a pond.
Well, one thing's for sure is Herson Guzman in the first 10 minutes has had a lot less action than he did yesterday against Richland.
Oh, that's for sure. Richland made Herson earn his post-game meal, that's for sure. This is where Mount San Antonio excels in the midfield.
You know, and I thought Suffolk had a problem yesterday clearing the ball.
Got through that time, but nobody there. And Keith Morrow got through it.
And Richland ended up capitalizing down on in front of the Suffolk goal, where they did a lot more dribbling and passing instead of just clearing it out. And if you play around in front of a team as physical as Richland, you get the ball taken away.
Well, that's for sure. Looking forward to that matchup in the second game of our doubleheader. The host, Montgomery College, taking on Richland, and that is a tall order. There's a shot across the middle. Ooh.
Little offsides.
A little bit of an offsides there. They had it set up beautifully, but they were offsides.
And if Michael and I get an hour and a half of free airtime, we'll explain offsides to you. I think everybody listening right now knows what offsides is.
And Suffolk with the ball. And there's a screen. And they're going to call a penalty right there on number 20, Ricardo Valdez. That's his second penalty in about 5 minutes. He just wrapped up the Suffolk player, trying to screen him off the ball, but ended up wrapping him up. So that'll set up
Adam Eck for the direct kick. I think he's the lefty, Michael.
I believe you're right. And he goes for it, sets it up nicely. Ooh, Becerra with a great stop.
Great save.
And then good defense in there as well.
Yeah, Ricardo Valdez cleared it out. That was dangerous.
Yeah, that rebound was very dangerous, but Becerra with another nice stop. So Suffolk putting the pressure on it. Here's a nice run by, they hold off the offsides. Good run by Mount San Antonio, so they came right back down the field.
Mike Riccio cleared it out of the back of the goal line, so we're going to get another corner kick for Mount San Antonio.
That'll be on our side of the field.
Something you see quite often when there's a scrum in front of one goal, there's some quick turnover opportunities, and next thing you know, we're back on the other side.
Rolando Munoz is going to, as the corner, see what they have in mind for their corner strategy on this one. He puts it up in the middle, and Guzman got his hands on it, knocked it away. And that sets up a throw-in. Mount San Antonio retains possession. Of course, that is their game. They are a possession-oriented team. There's a battle for the ball, and he won it. Shot on goal again, wow. Becerra. Wow, he is busy today.
Nice shot by Christian Robles, number 11. Put it on goal, made Becerra make the save. Oop. Keith Morrow. My apologies, I was looking at the wrong number 11.
Got two number 11s out there. All right, so that sets up a corner. Here it comes. And that's easily handled by Mount San Antonio. And taken away. He won that one. They took away possession there, and now they've got it in their end. Good run down the side. Beautiful job of saving.
Nice play.
That sets it up, and that shot is high and wide. Number 10, Sean Hagerman.
Yeah, Marcelo Osorio, I think he wants that shot back. That thing sailed about 20 feet over the goalpost.
Well wide of the mark. It looked like a Buffalo Bills field goal in the Super Bowl.
What was that, wide right?
Wide left or wide right, one of the two. Somebody in New York knows the answer to that question.
But I don't think we're supposed to talk about football right now.
Because, no, not American football.
Because because everybody around here probably knows the Redskins score. So we'll hold off on American football.
I'm not sure what happened there.
I think there was an offsides. Or are they calling him with a handball? I don't think anybody except for the referee knows what we're doing here.
And everybody's a little confused. A lot of hands up in the air. No goal. That much is for sure.
But Sarah's like, wait. What are you doing here?
Yeah. One thing we know for sure, we are still scoreless with about 28 minutes to go in the first half.
Do you think Becerra and Guzman talked to each other about the orange shirts today?
There you go. They are they got the memo on the attire for goalkeepers.
And we got another cramp.
Thank you.
Player down for.
We saw a few yesterday.
We did. Yesterday was the kind of day you would expect to see it. Today, not so much. But again, it's deceptive. These guys have got to stay hydrated. They are expending so much injury. So we're trying to work that cramp out.
Oh, we've got some good action here, even though it's 0-0, Michael. But we've had some opportunities.
Boy, that's for sure. Bucera in particular has been very active and great. So that's Marvin Chinchilla, number 5 for Suffolk, going off with the cramp in the left hamstring. And of course the hamstring, the biggest muscle, one of the biggest muscles in the body, and when that cramps up, that takes a little while to work that out.
We should probably take this moment to talk about what this game actually means. We talked about it being championship day. So with Mount San Antonio tying 0-0 with Montgomery College yesterday and Suffolk losing, essentially if Suffolk loses today, well, they're out of it. If Mount San Antonio wins, that sets up a little something for our nightcap. It's the easiest way to explain it. If Suffolk beats Mount San Antonio today, tonight's Richland Montgomery College game is for the championship. If Mount San Antonio wins or ties, then we'll talk about it later.
Then there's a whole host of possibilities. Of course, it quite likely is going to come down to goal differential.
It could, and if two teams have the same record, it's basically like the World Cup groupings. If the two teams have the same records, then you go to goal differential. And with Richland winning 5-2 last night, that's a big deal in three goals.
Yeah, and of course, if they should happen to win they would win the championship.
Yeah, and if Richland wins tonight, then it's easy to figure out.
So we shall see.
So a Suffolk win today sets up a championship game tonight.
And that one's coming up after this one. So don't go anywhere. This is a big day for soccer here in Montgomery County, Maryland. This is as good a field as you're going to see. We talked about it yesterday. You can't overstate it. These are 4 of the best teams at the 2-year level.
And Pedro Braz said yesterday that this is better. He thinks this field would be better than the Final 4 in what would be the upcoming national championships at the NJCAA level, because Mount San Antonio is that good, but we won't see a team from California. So this could be better than the Final 4 that we'll see at Herkimer.
I think, you could definitely argue that, but I would tend to agree with him, having been to the national championships last year and seeing the Final 4. Yeah. I would agree with him. It's certainly on par.
And sometimes the teams from different districts or regions, get there. I think MC played last year against a team that had, their first game, MC won
against Century.
Right. So there's times when you get a region champion, that advances to the Final 4 that isn't your prototypical top 5 team.
Well, of course, there's an explanation for that. Century was a very good team. They had an ineligible player.
Yep.
It was a mistake. It was an oversight, a paperwork deal. But they had to forfeit quite a few of their wins.
And that's why their record jumped out of it. I said, oh, my God, the team has 10 losses.
Yeah. That's what it was. Yep. But, again, nothing against Century. And if anybody in Minnesota happens to be tuning in, I apologize. But Century did not rise to the level of these 4 teams. They were a very good team, determined team, that's for sure. But they did not have they had a good defense. They didn't have the offensive firepower.
No, they couldn't match up athletically with MC.
And of course, MC won that game. That was the first game of the tournament. They won that 4-1.
I think Suffolk got called for the handball there.
So, now's a good time to talk about some of the social media that we've got involved in this tournament. We've got several people from Montgomery College that are updating our Twitter and Instagram accounts on a regular basis. They are a great way to stay up to date with what's happening with this tournament and what's happening with MC sports in general. You can follow MC Athletics on Twitter at twitter.com/MC_Raptors. It's an instantaneous way to keep in touch with MC Sports. And make sure to also follow the Raptors on Instagram at instagram.com/MC_Raptors. Great way to stay up to date.
And you can also follow Montgomery College. You don't have to just follow sports. What if you don't like sports? You can just follow, or you can follow Dr. Darian Pollard, our president, on Twitter.
She is very active
a great
on Twitter.
tweeter.
Yeah, she's a great tweeter. I never thought I would say that. And there is Bucera with another stop.
Becerra makes some very acrobatic stops.
He really is. He's an acrobat in there, and that's going to set up a corner by Joseph Lopez. Bucera with 4 saves already, and those are not easy saves. Those are on-target shots that he's been saving. That was another one. So here comes Lopez, who's been very active, and Mount San Antonio heads it right out of there, out of danger. And that was on the line, so they will be throwing in.
We haven't seen Juan Ortega today, and he was an excellent player when it came to the 50-50 balls yesterday because he was tall, and I'm not sure if Juan was in. Number 8 yesterday was wreaking some havoc against MC.
You see the player there. He's holding the ball. It's the official ball that they used in the World Cup in Brazil this summer. It has dimples on it, like a golf ball, and that provides a true trajectory. And apparently the players really love this ball. It's absolutely the newest in technology in soccer balls. I read somewhere, I don't remember the number, how much they spent developing this ball.
Wow. Oh, my apologies. Juan Ortega is in. And Daniel Roman was a good spark plug yesterday.
That's
for
right.
Mount San Antonio.
So Ortega is not in, is that what you're saying?
No, Ortega is in.
Okay, because he was a definite factor.
Yes, he was.
In the game yesterday. We said his name a lot. Yeah, there he is.
He's a dangerous player with the ball in the air.
He's a tall guy. All right, so Mount San Antonio on the attack. There's this, and they get it out of there. Battle for the ball. Who's going to win it? And it goes out, so it's going to be, actually it's a foul. Foul called. So Suffolk has threatened. They've had 4 shots on goal. but Bucera has rejected each one of them.
One thing about Mount San Antonio on defense is they're very disciplined. I know Becerra's been pretty busy, but that's because Suffolk has had a couple of good attacks. But they're very calm and cool and collected on the back line. One thing that we've seen yesterday, when things started, getting a little hectic, and we thought that MC would have a chance to put a shot on goal, it just seemed like they just sort of came together as a team and cleared the ball out. We thought we would have gotten more shots on goal, but it just seemed like everybody was in the back pocket of MC's leading scorers.
And they're going to call a handball on that one, I believe.
I think it was offsides.
Ah.
If the offensive player is behind the last defender when the pass is made, there's your offside, and I think that's exactly what happened. Our linesmen have the task of calling the offsides.
Just over 19 minutes to go in the half, and we are scoreless here from the Soccerplex in Boyds, Maryland. Michael Brown alongside Marcus Rosano. And we are in the first game of our doubleheader on day 2 of the Tom Bichy soccer tournament.
We've got our Raptors sitting right next to us here, Michael.
Yes, the Raptors are raptly watching the game, taking it all in. Of course, they could very well see Suffolk in the national championship tournament that comes up in mid-November. I believe it's the 16th and 17th and 18th of November. Ooh, there's a stop by Guzman.
Yeah.
And he almost didn't gather it in, which would have provided a point-blank rebound. But so that's a big save for Guzman. He was a stalwart last night.
That shot had some giddy up on it.
Boy, it did. Here comes another run down the side. Centers it. Good defensive play there.
Keith Fajita comes down on the right wing very fast, and he's been wreaking some havoc with those centering passes like he just did.
That was a good defensive play there by Adam Eck to we're going to take another look at it.
Usually
there's a Guzman with a great stop.
Usually your wings are the fastest players on your team, and Fajita is very fast.
And a corner opportunity for Mount San Antonio. Here it is. And there's a shot, and it's in the back of the net. Wow, they set that up beautifully.
Daniel Roman. We talked about Daniel Roman as being a spark plug, and there he is. Right foot near post, beat Guzman. I think Guzman might have thought he was going far post, and he didn't.
So Danny Roman, who had a big game last night, scores the first goal of the game for Mount San Antonio, and that gives them a 1-0 lead. Take another look at it. Here comes the corner. Beautifully set up. And they let it go through, and Roman buried it. So that was definitely a design play. Letting the ball go through, I think, is what really scored that goal.
Yeah, I think you're right, because they did that first touch pass.
Right.
And it actually it rolled right back to Roman.
I think the keeper thought the player that was in front of Roman was going to be the one to take the shot, but he allowed it to go through to Roman. So it was beautifully set up there by Mount San Antonio. And that's the kind of thing we've seen out of them. Very technically strong. Well-coached team, obviously.
Trying to set up Fajita again.
So with a little over 16 minutes now to go in the first half, Mount San Antonio scores their first goal of the tournament.
And they're very polite, too. One of them saw me out on the little concourse we have behind us and said, "Excuse me, sir, do you know where the training room is?" I said, "No. As a matter of fact, I do."
So in other words, you have arrived at sir status for college students.
Unfortunately, yeah. It's either sir or mister. And I said, you know what? Why don't you guys just call me Marcus?
I hate to break it to you, Marcus, but I've been sir for a lot longer than you.
Oh, well.
It happens. But yeah, all these kids are nice. I've had some nice interactions with the visiting teams and with the visiting coaches. Enjoyed talking to all the coaches. They were very helpful, very gracious with their time. And I don't think they felt like I was trying to pick their brain to do some scouting for Montgomery College. They're all just happy as can be to be in this tournament. They love this competition.
You're right, though. Some of the coaches or players that you deal with tend to, keep a couple of things in their back of their mind instead of giving it to you.
That's right, because they know that we do work for Montgomery College Television, even though, of course, we do our best to do a balanced broadcast. It's much more fun to do a balanced broadcast than it is a homer broadcast.
Sure.
And I enjoy talking to these coaches because I really, really have a lot of respect for coaches at this level. They don't get paid a lot, folks, and they work awfully hard. And have a lot of respect. There's an easy one for Bucera. But, we see up close and personal how hard Pedro Braz works. It's a 12-month-a-year job. No question about it. No question about it. It is a 12-month-a-year job.
And there's a lot of recruiting that goes on, and not a lot of people even realize that. And sometimes, in a way, it's more difficult because you have a lot of players at the high school level who are waiting on that 4-year school, waiting, and then at the last minute they can't get into the school for whatever.
Ooh, Guzman with a terrific save, and he's not happy with his defense.
Yeah, they let. Yeah, I don't even know who took that shot, but he was untouched for about 5 yards, and then he launched a rocket off the right foot. Yeah, somebody needs to check him.
And Guzman, I'll tell you, he's not particularly tall, and he really got up there. Let's take another look. And that was a shot.
Well, and the offensive team is going to go high on Guzman because, like you said, he's not tall like his counterpart Becerra.
Well, we saw that last night with Richland. They put a goal in over his head. They lofted one over his head. Here comes a corner. And Roman
cleared out with a header. It was a good defensive play.
So Guzman keeps it at 1-0.
They need to get the ball to Joe Lopez.
And he's got the ball. No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. And Lopez, he makes things happen.
Yeah, Lopez is the guy that makes it happen as far as we can tell. And, of course, Alice, who we have not seen.
Yeah.
Number 16, Terry Alice, who scored both their goals last night, has, to my knowledge anyway, been not watching the substitutions that closely, but he's not in there now. He did come in late yesterday as well. He did not start, came off the bench, and
we noticed him because his shin guard was down.
Yeah, he does a thing with his shin guard where one is higher than the other. At first we thought he wasn't wearing a shin guard, but on the one leg.
Actually, I think I see him over there. He's got his orange penny on.
Yeah, I see him.
And his shin guard is all the way up. He actually got kicked in the part of the shin that wasn't protected.
Yeah, he did. Not long after his first goal last night.
That's right.
Here's Mount San Antonio mounting another attack. Here's wide open. And point blank goal. Defense is letting.
It's Fujita again. Fujita is not getting marked on this right wing.
No, he's not.
I mean, anytime they want to get the ball to a streaking Fujita, they've done it. And this time it worked.
So let's take a look at that. There he is, wide open. Wide open. Guzman didn't have a prayer on that one. That is not his fault, folks. That's a defensive breakdown for Suffolk.
And let's not forget, goal differential does count in this little tournament that we have. And if Mount San Antonio wins and Montgomery College wins by goal differential, if Montgomery College, for instance, wins 1-0 and Mount San Antonio wins 2-0, there's your champion.
There's your difference maker for them. Yeah, they could win the championship based on number of goals. So yes, goal differential definitely looming large here. And Mount San Antonio with that last one was just a little too easy.
I wonder what's wrong with Suffolk. I mean, you said it earlier. They returned 14, 16 guys.
The assist on that was to Deming, by the way. The assist on Fujita's goal goes to number 9, Jose Deming. And we want to thank our statistician, Evan Brown, for that. He's been feeding us all kinds of great information, as always.
In the Brown family press box.
That's right. Well, you're an honorary member of the Brown family there.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
We had 3 generations of Browns in the booth last night.
And you guys can invite me over to Sunday dinner, and I'll bring the 2.5 and the 4-year-old. And you and Mrs. Brown can watch the kids, and we'll go in the other room and watch football, right, Evan?
Well, my wife Kim would actually love that.
She would. She would. I know. Yeah, we know Kim.
She is home streaming and there's a shot wide. And again, Guzman not happy with his defense. He's making no secret of it. And I don't blame the young guy.
They're getting free runs right up to the penalty box. And then good things happen, when you get 20 yards out.
Oh, boy, that's for sure. And there's not a lot of bodies in between. I mean, obviously the goal by Fujita,
there's
he had a wide open door.
It just seems like there's a difference with Mount San Antonio. It seems like their backs are back. I know it doesn't sound like good soccer talk, but their backs are back and they're waiting.
Right.
And where Suffolk is sort of getting beat.
Well, one way to describe that, I think, for the viewer is that they have depth. Mm-hmm. They have good depth with their defensive backs. That they are not shallow. They are deep. And it's a very effective. We saw it against Montgomery College yesterday. Montgomery College unable. They had a few opportunities in the early going, much as Suffolk has had in this game. But then it's like they turned a switch and they said, okay, time to tighten up, time to add some depth. And, boy, the opportunities were few and far between after that. And we have got a couple of pairs of really fiery orange shoes out there right now, don't we?
Well, Fujita's been the orange flash streaking up the wing. Right.
Now we have another one out there, and we also have a pair of hot pink ones out there. It's either number 5 or number 6. I'm not sure.
Is that what is that? Tyrone Pitterback? He was a troublemaker on the offensive end yesterday too.
Yes, he was. Yeah, that's so. He had a good game yesterday for Mount San Antonio. Yeah, he's back out there. So he's a non-starter, but he definitely. Here we go again. No foul call. There is a foul call as Fujita ran up the back of number 20, Braulio Sandoval. 8 minutes to go in the first half. Mount San Antonio enjoying a nice 2-0 lead. Of course, that didn't mean a whole lot last night.
Yeah, Suffolk came back after going down 2-0.
They did, and they came back right about now. There's another breakaway on the side, centers it. Suffolk gets it out of there. Be a throw in for Mount San Antonio.
More consistent possessions on the Mount San Antonio offensive side of the field.
Absolutely. You can see that tight defense there.
You know, and Suffolk, just as we just saw, number 11, Keith Morrow, sort of played with the ball, thought about it a little bit, and didn't just clear it out.
And that allowed him to be sandwiched.
And I know he's the soccer player. He knows what he's doing out there. But it just seems like when you have that sort of that Venus flytrap defense of Mount San Antonio, you really can't just sit with possession for too long.
And Morrow also has the captain's stripe on his sleeve, so he's one of the co-captains of the team.
And the Mounties are always in position in the back, too.
And Morrow is a sophomore, so it makes sense that he would be one of their captains.
Wow. Tyrone Pitter with some nice dance moves out there.
That was something.
Nice.
That was something. There we go, there's Romans. A player down for Mount San Antonio. I'm sorry, for Suffolk. That's number 14, Brandon Engelman. But he's up and running. Looks like he's all right. They stopped the clock.
With seeing how well Mount San Antonio is playing against Suffolk, it gives even, I guess it just gives Coach Braz even more confidence at what his team did. I mean, they played 0-0, and this team looks really good right now against Suffolk.
Yep.
I mean, I know the brands, the two styles of play are different. We get that, but the fact is they didn't give up any goals.
That is correct. Now,
and they're very young in the midfield, and even Brandon McCoy, their best defender yesterday, this is really his first action. So it's a good sign to see Mount San Antonio from the MC side. It's a great sign to see Mount San Antonio up 2-0.
Yeah, it says a little bit more about playing Mount San Antonio to a 0-0 draw yesterday for Montgomery College. I did talk to Pedro Braz after the game for a few minutes, and he was generally pretty pleased. He loved his defense. He thought the goalkeeping by Sveton, was just outstanding. He's very happy with his defense. Would have loved more opportunities on offense. But again, that is part of that is the factor of this really excellent Mount San Antonio defense.
When Nadai got the ball, the 35 goal scorer Raptor, they just suffocated him. There just wasn't any space. And I had asked him, I said, do you think Mount San Antonio is, do you think they have something up their sleeve with in regards to marking Gabe Ndai or Gabe Nadai? And Coach Brass kind of laughed. He's like, well, they could, but he didn't think they even cared. But I think they may have. I think they knew who number 10 was.
Oh, they certainly had to. I mean, you don't win as many games as Mount San Antonio has without knowing. There is Frank Vertullo, the head coach of Suffolk. He's in his 8th season. Nice guy. Spoke to him at length last week. He was just thrilled as could be to play in this tournament. Again, it's early in the season for all of these teams. They've all only played a handful of games. And I don't want to say they don't care if they win, because they certainly want to win the tournament. But this is more about finding out what they have on their team at this point. They're still working out the starting rotations, the defensive or the substitution rotations. You could still see players moving from offense to defense at this time of the season. So, they're still working with the mix and to see what they have. Who works well together, combinations, chemistry, the whole nine.
And when they get into league play, they're not going to be dealing with top 5 opponents nationally like they're dealing with now.
No,
so you'll be able to hone some of the things that you learned at this tournament.
This is a heck of a way to start the season.
And you got to give credit to the 3 teams that are here for accepting the invitation. And this is the beginning of the school year, for one, and we know that because we work at the college. And it's not easy to get these kids away from their classes. So there's an academic thing going on here with them accepting this, so they have to stay up on their studies. Thanks to the 3 coaches that accepted the invite from Coach Braz to give us, pretty awesome first Tom Bichy tournament.
And they're going to call a foul there on number 9, Joseph Lopez, who is no stranger to that.
God, those long balls to Fujita.
He's done some running. There's a through ball.
While Roman did that, he thought his buddy was behind him. That was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
He jumped over it.
Yeah, I think he thought he had a trailer there. Similar to what they pulled on the second goal on the corner kick. It's a nice play. I like it. So we're under 2 minutes to go in the half. And it certainly appears that Mount San Antonio is going to go into the locker room with a lead.
Well, I'll tell you what, referee is a busy job in soccer. You know that?
Well, and there's really, he doesn't have any help out there.
He really doesn't.
I mean, the linesmen have their responsibilities, but he's the one calling the penalties and the cards and the handballs and.
Yeah, well, I got pretty into the referee yesterday that called that penalty kick, and maybe I'm not that he's listening right now, but I apologize. Maybe I should take it back. It is hard to see everything out there.
It certainly is, and again, he is the one running the game. The linesmen, frankly, have a much easier job.
And that was a bad call. It changed the game. It really did.
So,
but again, by no means was Richland probably not going to win that game regardless. But it really changed the game at the moment.
So we've got about 15 seconds to go in the first half. Got a special halftime video for you coming up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And that is the end of the first half. The score at the half, Mount San Antonio on top of Suffolk 2-0. We'll be right back with our halftime activities after this. You're watching Montgomery College Television.
No matter where you're headed, no matter what your age, you'll find it all here at Montgomery College. Small class sizes, flexible scheduling, over 130 programs of study, award-winning faculty, nationally ranked NJCAA athletics. The possibilities are endless at Montgomery College. Register today.
Check out more Montgomery College programming at youtube.com/Montgomery College and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Montgomery College TV.
And welcome back to the Soccerplex in Boyds, Maryland. Michael Brown alongside my partner, Marcus Rosano. We are at the halftime of Game 1 of Day 2 of the Tom Bichy Soccer Tournament. And our score at the halftime, Mount San Antonio from California 2 and Suffolk from New York 0. And, you know, Marcus, this has really been a great tournament. The teams have played really well. The games have been super intense. It's just the kind of soccer that Tom Bichy would have loved. And, you know, just last week I had a chance to meet up with Tom Bichy's family. I talked to his wife, his 2 children, and we talked about Tom, we talked about his legacy at Montgomery College, and we talked about this tournament. We met at the Bichy family home where Tom and his wife Elaine raised their 2 kids, Brian and Chrissy, and we talked about their thoughts when they heard about the tournament in Tom's honor.
Well, like I say, I think he'd really, really be happy that this was happening. It's going to be anniversary of 6 months that he's been gone. And our wedding anniversary is September 3rd. We would have been married 48 years. So it's sort of a nice celebration.
I was very honored. I have told a lot of my friends about it. So I think it's a great honor because I think I associate MC with my dad. You know, I'll say that's my dad's college when we pass it and I show it to my boys.
So it's such a nice gesture. You know, my dad done so much, you know, for Montgomery College and for soccer in this area, and you know, to hear that they're going to have, you know, a tournament in his, you know, just kind of, you know, keeps his, you know, his name going, and you know, and certainly, you know, people, you know, I guess if this continues, you know, people will always continue to associate, you know, my dad with, you know, Montgomery College and soccer in this area. So
Tom Bichy spent his entire professional life at Montgomery College, and I talked with his family about what MC meant to him.
It was everything. I mean, to us it was home because, like Brian said, we would go there on winter days and play on the trampoline and play basketball, and he would work there, and we went to all of his games, and he just loved it.
It was everything, and certainly we really got a great sense of it at his, you know, after he passed, you know, just all the great comments that we got from students, former players, other coaches.
Well, it's funny. We were going to only be there a couple of years, and we were going to go then to a 4-year school down south. We had this plan that we thought maybe Carolinas or something and teach at a small 4-year college. But as he started teaching and coaching at MC, of course he fell in love with it, but also the salary we started to get, it beat everything else, even going to a 4-year school, a small 4-year school. So we never changed that, we just stayed. And he kept loving it more and more and more.
Tom started MC's soccer program, becoming head coach almost literally by accident. He'd never played or coached the sport, but that didn't deter him.
The one thing I know about him is he's a competitor, and he was always very competitive, and so he probably thought of it as a challenge. You know, I mean, he always, I'm sure, had his mind set on being head baseball coach, and Ray Fox pretty much, you know, prevented that. So I think when they said, "Oh, you're the soccer coach," he went into it as he does most anything and say, okay, how can I be competitive? How can I be successful? And he learned the game and he learned to love the game.
But he would go. They would have referee clinics and soccer clinics. So he was always trying to get better, and he always strived to be the best and be knowledgeable in what he was in. And I think he loved learning, and he loved watching kids learn.
Well, I think in the beginning, because his first and second team, they called him the new kid on the block because he didn't know as much as they did. And they were very good with him. And they just welcomed him because he was very honest with them and didn't pretend that he knew more than he said, he didn't know. And he did go to a lot of clinics. So he was so open to learning from so many different people. And I think it was like a challenge, like my kids had said. He loved the challenge of it and being very competitive.
He got so good at it, he became a Hall of Fame coach, and when he retired, he held the mark for most wins by any NJCAA soccer coach at any level. But are those the accomplishments he was most proud of?
Well, this was when he got the award for the best Coach of the Year, and it was presented to him by Pele in Cincinnati. That was not so much, he was glad he was getting this award, but that Pele was presenting it to him. He was over the moon about that.
I think he would probably take a lot of pride in the just the overall wins, and not the sense that he was first, but just that it was a reflection of all the teams, because that was always his, big connect, is to, it was the team, that actually got the wins.
Tom Bichy was a humble man. Anybody who knew him would tell you that. So I wondered what he would make of all this hoopla, a tournament named after him.
He certainly would have appreciated it and, enjoyed the honor. And I think he would want it more about, the success of Montgomery College and the soccer program that he built, and everybody that went into it, the players and coaches and everything.
I think he would be honored. Like Brian said, he wasn't the type that wanted a lot of, I'm the best kind of thing. He didn't brag a lot or anything like that. But I think he would have liked where the teams are coming from all over, and probably, to build up, the soccer press, around it.
Well, he'd probably like that there's going to be a tournament and bring the different teams from all over, especially when you say the team that's coming from California, because they are their own entity out there, and then the Texas team, because he got one of his awards in Texas. We went to Richland to receive an award, and so he'd love all of that. But of course, he would never be the one tooting his own horn. I would always be the one behind. There's going to be this, there's going to be that, he's getting this, and I would tell people, but you'd never find it out from him.
My inspiration came from just the history of the MC men's soccer and just at the whole athletic department period. Tom Bichy is an icon, is a legend. To be quite honest, where I am now, it was because of him. He spent 30 plus years, not just as the AD at MC, but also the head men's soccer coach. And he has built an empire here to where now I'm kind of just reaping from his success of what he has done here before. He's been to numerous region championships as a coach. He won a couple. He been to the nationals. So that was something that I always wanted to aspire to, something that I kind of looked forward to actually take over this program and continue that success. So from talking to alums, from talking to past players, just past co-workers that he was involved with, they were just nothing but positive, nothing but good remarks about Tom Bichy. So I thought it was actually my duty to continue with that legacy, and the only way for I to have some part of it was to create a tournament, because I never actually met Tom, and sadly to say, I wish I did, but this is kind of my part, I guess, to where I can somewhat implement the success and continue the success that Tom has brought to this whole community and to Montgomery College. When I seen you, Mike, at the funeral, and I was just seeing the players there, I was seeing his son Brian talk. Right then and there, something triggered where I knew that he had a foundation as well, but I also wanted to somewhat tap into the Tom Bichy, I guess, like the Tom Bichy Foundation or something about Tom Bichy to see maybe I could possibly help. So right then and there, during the funeral, when I was talking to alums, actually one of my assistants played under him, Alvaro Neto played under him, and he always talks highly of him. So all that communication with the alums, with the past co-workers, and just everybody around that funeral setting, I knew I had to do something, especially the place that I'm at, which I'm grateful to be the head coach here. So I knew I had to do something. So right then and there, that's when it kind of triggered.
And welcome back to halftime at Soccerplex in Boyds, Maryland. Michael Brown alongside Marcus Rosano, 2-0 at the half. Mount San Antonio on top. And Marcus, before we talk stats from the first half, I just want to thank the Bichy family again for welcoming me into their home. I basically tore their house apart, creating a TV set, and they were so gracious and so kind. And those comments from Pedro Braz, this is a guy that gets it.
Well, first of all, that was a great piece, and great job by you, partner. But I could listen to Coach Braz talk about Tom Bichy all day, And when he talks, you can just sense the feeling and the emotion, and it's real, And he's never met the guy, That's the thing. But he almost felt like he had an obligation to uphold what Tom Bichy was and what he meant to Montgomery College athletics and Montgomery College as a whole, athletics aside. So that's it's really good to hear, a next generation person, somebody who has taken, this athletic program, this soccer team to the next level. But like he said, he couldn't have done anything without Tom Bichy, because that's where the foundation, basically was laid. And here is, Coach Braz, representing what Tom Bichy had, as a coach, and what Tom Bichy represented as a person. And now he's taken it, to where we are today.
Well, Pedro's only been here 3 years, but he understands the history of this place. He understands the importance of Tom Bichy in the overall story of Montgomery College and Montgomery College athletics, and it's really great to be able to work with a guy like Pedro Braz. He really, truly gets it.
Yeah, he does get it, and he's been here. He's been one of these guys that we're watching out here on the field right now, and I'm sure he's played under a lot of leaders that he really admired at all levels.
So we are back to action here in the second half. In Mount San Antonio with a 2-0 lead. Just taking a quick look at the first half stats. Goals by Daniel Roman and Keith Fujita represent our 2-0 margin. We had an assist from Jose Deming. Saves, Bucera had 5 for Mount San Antonio, 4 for Guzman for Suffolk, and they are both back in there in goal, I believe. Although, no, I could be wrong. It looks like we may have a different keeper. No, we have a Guzman is back in there, but I believe we definitely have a different keeper now for Mount San Antonio in the second half. And corner kicks were tied at 3 apiece. Shots on goal, Mount San Antonio 9-7 for Suffolk. So, okay, number 1 is now the keeper for Mount San Antonio. That is Danielle Slopukin.
Well,
he is of Russian descent.
Suffolk needs to put some pressure on young Mr. Slopukin, because it's 2-0, and for rooting interest, if we want to see a outright championship tonight, we could use a tie, or we could use Suffolk coming back with 3 goals.
You know, we were talking about this. Ooh, there's a shot off the post. Wow.
Well, you know, Herson Guzman has played really well in the last game and a half, but that really wasn't one of his highlights, and he got really lucky on that.
That ball hitting the post, it was inches from being 3-zip. That was not one of his better moments.
At least he was able to recover.
He recovered nicely and covered. So Mount San Antonio coming out, trying to put this one away in the early moments of the second half.
But to his defense, the Suffolk defense isn't doing him any favors.
Boy, that's for sure, and that was the case in the first half. He was quite animated in his displeasure with the defense in the first half, and I can't say as I blame him. So, you know, we were talking about the ball that they're using in this game, which was the official World Cup ball. Our statistician, Evan Brown, did a little research at halftime, and he found out that this ball is called the Brazuca.
Aha.
It took 2.5 years to develop. They used over 600 players to test it, including Lionel Messi, one of the greatest players in the world. They have no idea really how much it cost them to develop it. Of course, it was developed by Adidas. They even had NASA test this ball.
Wow.
And apparently the players love it because it gives them a true arc. The ball they used in the last World Cup had a tendency to sail or to hook, and this one just kind of flies in a nice natural arc, and it only dies down when it loses speed. So it retails, by the way, in case you want to buy one for your 2.5-year-old, $160.
Okay.
So you may want to go out and buy one for your son and your daughter. Why not? $320? Come on, Dad.
Well,
you're making the big bucks.
You know, we've got a trunk full of every ball that you can imagine, so I think we might be able to wait on the Brazuca.
So that is the story behind the ball that they are using in the tournament, and that's pretty fascinating. I had heard that they had gone to great lengths on this ball, but I had no idea it was that.
So much for your old white and black checkerboard ball.
That's for sure. It's a beautiful ball to look at, too. It's very pleasing to the eye, but and our director, Francine Wyron, got a chance to hold one. She said it was really cool to hold, too.
Well,
so.
I hope that is not the highlight of Francine's weekend. Ricardo Valdez just got called for a pretty hard foul on Mount San Antonio, giving Adam Eck a free kick.
The other little factoid we learned, okay, so let's take a look at the kick, then we'll go back to the factoid on the Brazuca. Got to be careful how you say that name. So the other little factoid is that they would sneak this ball into games and not tell players, and just to see how they reacted to it and what the ball did without players, you know, saying, oh, okay, I'm using the test ball here. Let me, you know. They just wanted to see what happened under natural conditions, and boy, a nice run up the side by Mount San Antonio.
Yeah, number 23, Julio Vasquez, he won that challenge against Suffolk. Almost got himself in a position to get a nice shot on goal.
He wanted a penalty there.
Adam Eck recovered well at the end.
He was calling for a penalty. He did not get it. So that sets up a corner, though. There it is. There's a play, and they do a lot of different things off that corner.
They tried to set Velasquez up off the second touch.
Again, the corner is one of the most exciting plays in the game. Boy, when you get a header in for a goal off a corner, it really lights a fire under your team.
I'd like to see number 15 Daniel Roman and Richland's Mac Reyes go a little one-on-one, because those guys are short in stature, but they have some seriously quick feet.
Well, we'll see Mac Reyes coming up in just a little bit. Exciting player.
And they just arrived when I was outside. The whole 2 vans of Richland Thunder Ducks came rolling in.
Quacking their way into the parking lot.
That's right. They're pretty big, so I wouldn't say that.
I don't know, what kind of sound does a thunder duck make? I mean, do they quack? Do they clap like thunder?
Maybe they just quack really loud.
We did look up thunder duck on Wikipedia, and apparently there is no such thing. But there is such a thing in Richland, Texas. So.
Well, there's Mighty Ducks, there's Lucky Ducks, there's Thunder Ducks.
I remember a couple of years ago, Montgomery College in the World Series, the D3 World Series, they played the Wood Ducks. Of course, that was a Minnesota team. That kind of made sense, you know, duck hunting being such a big deal up there. There's the Mighty Ducks. The movie and the pro team, right? They're still called the Mighty Ducks, right?
Ooh.
Well, he just flat knocked him down.
There's no call.
No call at all. Letting them play.
You know, Suffolk, they showed a little bit of energy towards the second part of the first half yesterday when they came back from down 2-0. But the second half was pretty much, you know, it wasn't a good showing. And the first half and coming into the second half, they're really not showing much life.
And there is penalty as the Suffolk player grabbed.
Oh, we got a yellow.
He grabbed him by the jersey. He was breaking free.
This is a very close direct kick to the wall.
It really is.
Not exactly fun being on the wall.
No. This is when they have to protect themselves, shall we say? Now they're moving him back. I'd never seen him quite that close.
You have to be 10 yards. And we know Roman has a rocket foot.
Boy, that's for sure. So look out here. Of course, knowing Mount San, they switched it up, and it's a goal.
Was that the lefty of Julio Velasquez?
We're waiting for the scrum to untangle here. Number 3, Edgar Murillo.
Okay.
So that was a perfect set piece goal by Mount San Antonio. And we're going to take another look. There's the set piece. Murillo, boom, he bent it in.
And that the lefty shot was perfect because the right side of the goal was wide open.
And it was almost as if the wall screened
it
out.
Did. I think it did.
Screened out Guzman. So that's got to be a fundamental error there.
And that's a huge goal considering Mount San Antonio tied yesterday. And if MC happens to beat Richland tonight, I mean, it'd be a
boy. Then that will depend on goal differential in that game.
It'd be a huge surprise if MC beats Richland by over 3 goals. I mean, I can't see that.
I can't either. Not the way Richland played yesterday. I'd be very surprised to see that.
Unfortunately, that would determine the champion. But if MC were to beat Richland tonight, you know, it's hard to say why Mount San Antonio would be the champion. You know, because Richland is looked so strong yesterday, and MC pulled to a tie with Mount San Antonio. And it's just the fact that they've gotten 3 goals against Suffolk today.
So it's been a bit of a tough weekend for Suffolk, up to this point anyway. We still have lots of time. Anything can happen. Goals can be scored very, very quickly in this game. We saw it last night. Suffolk scored 2 goals in about a minute and a half in the first half. But at this point, I don't see it happening. But I would be more than happy to be proven wrong. Mount San Antonio just, they really look tough today.
That's the dangerous part of group play, like in the World Cup. Even if you are up 2-0, usually you want to sit back and play defensive and kick the ball out, clear the ball out. But if you're fighting for goals, you have to attack.
Yep.
Which is sort of it's kind of the opposite of the way soccer is.
Well, we saw Richland do that last night. They definitely kept attacking. Even when they were up 4-2, they
really did.
They were going strong.
But on the counter side of that, when you're up, say, 3-2 or 4-2, the other team has to take more chances, and that obviously sets up more chances for your attack.
That opens up the back. Defense seems to be a little more shallow on the defensive side when that happens. So just over 30 minutes to go in this one. Mount San Antonio with a pretty comfortable 3-0 lead at this point.
Ooh, there's a turnover in the back.
And let's see if Suffolk can do something with it, but there's that Mount San Antonio defense.
The Venus flytrap just seems to close in when the ball gets down there near the penalty box.
Suffolk is kind of experiencing what Montgomery College did yesterday in terms of lack of opportunities on the offensive side. And, of course, the difference being that the Montgomery College defense held Mount San Antonio scoreless yesterday. Big difference. Big difference.
And in large part, that was Bogdan Fitton and Brandon McCoy. Bogdan in
Boy, he had a tremendous game.
He was our player of the game.
He certainly was. And player of the game 1A had to be Brandon McCoy. Those two.
Brandon McCoy was excellent. Always around the ball when it needed to be. When the ball needed to be cleared, it was Brandon McCoy.
That's right. And I was very impressed with his speed. And he's a powerful guy as well. And a very nice young guy. Very nice young man. Talked to him for a few minutes after the game last night. He felt pretty good about the way he played. And this Mount San Antonio team, we talked about them as they attacked the goal yet again. We talked about them being a perennial West Coast power, and that's sort of an understatement. I'm going to knock your socks off with a couple of stats here, Marcus. The years 2009 through 2012, they lost 5 games. That's it. They were 82, 5, and 11.
Yeah, you can't get much better than that.
Between 2010 and 2012, they had a 45-game unbeaten streak.
And again, you're not playing against a bunch of JVs.
No.
The community college system in California has fantastic sports.
2011, their record was 22-0-3.
Wow.
So this is a program, folks. When we talk about the level of play in this tournament, we're not just spewing hot gas. I mean, this is for real.
Yeah, Coach Sanchez, and he's done it at other levels. I was reading his bio that you collected, and it's not just coming and taking Mount San Antonio that was already a stalwart. You know, he's done it in every stop.
That's for sure. That is for sure. Because he actually left Mount San Antonio for one season, and he went to Cerritos, and he did very well there. Started at the high school level, played his college soccer at Cal State LA. The only year he was at Cerritos College, he left Mount San Antonio for 1 year back in the mid-2000s, 2004. The only year he was at Cerritos, they made the state championship final. So they lost in the final, but they made the state championship final. So that's what we're talking about here.
This team always seems to, they appear so under control, and it's just always working together and thinking one step ahead, one pass ahead, and that comes from, well, being well coached and comes from chemistry. But they're very disciplined.
They really are, and you don't see any chippiness out of them. You don't see a lot of emotion over on the bench. Obviously, they're into the game. They're watching intently, but not a whole lot of antics on the bench. And been very impressed by them. And we get a look at the Mount San Antonio bench there.
Well, they pretty much put the pressure on Montgomery College and Richland with this game today against Suffolk.
Very impressive so far. It's really been a one-sided match to this point.
I'll tell you what, you know, Coach Braz, he doesn't care about the goal differential against Richland. If his young troop were to beat Richland, I mean, that would be a huge victory.
Oh, absolutely a huge victory. And another penalty. And I'm not sure what the Suffolk player is doing there. That he is being yellow carded for taunting, and I think that's a good call. He stood over the injured player,
Mike Riccio,
kind of straddled him, and that's a good call by the official there. I like that call. We're going to watch it here. Got a little physical. He fell down, and then you see this. I'm not quite sure what that was all about.
Well, he didn't like the fact that that the Mount San Antonio player went down, Christian Robles. But it was a foul. We just saw it on replay.
Oh, yeah,
he got his left leg.
He clearly knocked him down, and I'm sure that Frank Vertullo was not particularly happy by that, which is why he came out of the game. Wow, that was a tough collision.
Wow.
Man, he took the legs right out from under him.
Well, you know, the Mount San Antonio player climbed his back, and who is that, 18? Is that Valencia?
Yeah, Isaac Valencia.
But he came down without, like you said, without any legs, right on his backside.
Yeah, that hurts. Even on this turf, and this is, you and I were walking around on this turf earlier. It is, it's beautiful.
It is.
Kentucky bluegrass. Nice play there by the defense.
But it's not exactly padded.
No, it is not padded. We did get some rain last night, of course.
Yep.
But it is just in gorgeous shape.
I'll tell you what, after that 90-plus degree day, I think the field loved that rain.
Oh, I'm sure it did.
Yep.
I'm sure the folks that take care of the surfaces here appreciated that rain last night. They do a masterful job. All of these fields. It's not just the stadium field out here.
Wow, see that little give and go.
Boy, that was
getting
beautiful.
the ball out.
And they just got it out of the Suffolk end.
Wow.
You got to be impressed with Mount San Antonio.
This
Well, you know, Pedro Braz told us.
Oh, yeah.
He said, I think this is the best team in the country.
Yeah, this is the team. This is the team I think that Coach Braz expected. Not that they didn't play this way yesterday, but what we're seeing right now is really a complete team.
Yeah, very impressive.
I mean, we keep, touting their defensive prowess.
But they've shown some offense today.
Some of the things that they've done in the midfield, and then getting the ball down to the streaking Fajita on the wings, or the little setup with whether it be Roman. But yeah, they're a complete team.
The corner kick plays that they have devised. It's been a clinic to this point. But Suffolk, it's early in the year for Suffolk as well. I have a strong feeling I'm going to see Suffolk up there in upstate New York come November and the national championships. Of course, if it's okay for me to say this, I sure hope I see Montgomery College up there too.
I think it's okay. But we're going to see, if you see Montgomery College, you will see a different team than what we've seen this weekend.
Absolutely. They will have grown and matured and learned a whole lot about each other. So we're counting down now to the 70th minute. Mount San Antonio with a comfortable 3-0 lead, and the way they're playing, I don't see them giving that up.
So if this score holds up at 3-0, Montgomery College to win the first Tom Bichy soccer tournament, they would have to be co-champions. They would have to beat Richland 3-0 or 4-1 or 13-10, whatever. So if they win 2-1 or 2-0, then Mount San Antonio is your champion. Now, the easiest way is for Richland to beat Montgomery College, and there's your champion.
Then goal differential doesn't mean a hoot. There's a kick out of the stadium. Well, Guzman's had an easier second half than he had a first half. Meanwhile, Danielle Slapukin has could basically maybe get an easy chair out. I mean, he has not been challenged. Bucera with had 5 saves, and Slapukin has just 1. So really only 6 saves in the match for Mount San Antonio. That's I'm sure Juan Sanchez, head coach of Mount San Antonio, would be very happy with that. Again, that's a testimony to their defense and that midfield play.
And tomorrow, Richland and Mount San Antonio play in the morning, and it's sort of like a friendly, if you want to look at it that way, where it doesn't really have any effect on the tournament. But you're going to come from Texas and California. You should get all the soccer you can in.
That's right.
On this beautiful field.
That's right. They want to maximize their opportunities. And, this is a great chance to play 3 top quality teams, and that's what this tournament is all about. The first annual.
Oh.
Here we go. Open.
He got it.
Oh, he got
it.
He got it.
Wow.
So, wow, that may change things from the goal differential standpoint. That is the 4th goal of the game now. That's number 21, Fernando Jimenez.
What a nice pass he got, too. Collected and had himself a one-on-one opportunity.
There's that pass.
Danny Moreno.
And he did a nice job of controlling that pass.
He really did.
So Jimenez, Moreno with the assist.
Wow. Frank Vertulo cannot be happy. That's 9 goals in about a game and a half.
No, that is, you are
almost 2 games.
Yeah, you are 100% correct. 9 goals. That's got to give him a bit of pause. And again, they returned more players than any other team in this tournament.
You know, at least they captured some of the momentum yesterday against Richland to actually come back and tie it, but today it just isn't there. And Mount San Antonio's playing a perfect match.
Boy, they really are. It's been flawless. They haven't had any breakdowns. Again, I'm just so impressed with their defense. But their offense today has matched their defense. Strong team.
Suffolk's hardly having any throw-ins on this side.
Had no corners in this half.
You know what? Mount San Antonio doesn't mess with the ball back in their own end either.
No.
You know?
They get it right out of there.
They get it out of there.
With a purpose.
Yeah, you're right. It's not just a clearing. I mean, anybody can, you know, try to kick the ball 60 yards back to the other side, but they do have a purpose.
Just got an interesting stat handed my way. Fouls. 6 for Suffolk, just 3 for San Antonio, Mount San Antonio. And I think we've seen that. Of course, we also had a yellow card.
Got more subs coming in, and again, we talked about the substitution rules at the NJCAA level, different than the NCAA level. And at any time that you have a throw-in on your side or a corner, basically a stoppage in play, so that the clock doesn't stop, but a stoppage in play, that's when you can sub.
And there's unlimited substitutions, as we talked about earlier. There's another breakaway. Controls it. And they're going to call a foul.
Give him a foul.
As number 17, Ivan Hernandez was fouled. And he was in the box. You see, that was the goal.
That's the goal.
That was the goal earlier. So here we are.
There's the penalty.
And it is now 5-0. It is now 5-0. As Ivan Hernandez, number 17, buries that one. So that penalty in the box set up the free kick, and boy, the penalty kick, and he just buried that one. So it is 5-0 now. It is all over but the shouting. With just over 17 minutes to go, I'd have to say a 5-goal lead is pretty insurmountable.
You know, and I'm no math wizard, Michael Brown, but if Montgomery College were to outright win the Tom Bichy tournament, they would have to win 6-0 over Richland. And I don't think Richland will be beaten 6-0 between now and 2099 by anybody.
No, I think you're right.
Including DC United.
Yeah. I think maybe especially them.
Okay.
Sorry about that. That was a cheap shot. But it was laying right in front of me. Boy, that was almost another one.
The trip back to Suffolk, New York,
will be a silent one.
It will.
And
I mean, he's got to be over there, Coach Vertulo, just shaking his head, trying to figure this out. I mean,
well, and knowing, I don't know him well. We've only talked once, but my sense would be that he's tipping his hat to this Mount San Antonio team too. I mean, he's a guy who appreciates good soccer, good competition, and it's a learning experience for his team. And maybe they were a little full of themselves. Got off to a great start, number 3 team in the country, second in the nation last year, a lot of returners. They won their first 3 games, scored a ton of goals in their first 4 games. It's 7 different guys score for them in the first 4 games.
wow.
So, maybe they came in a little overconfident. Maybe the weather last night took a little too much out of them. That waiting around. Of course, it didn't seem to bother Richland any, but again, different teams. And somebody looked like an elbow maybe. And that is Brandon Engelman.
And I think Brandon's telling the referee that that's twice that he's gotten an elbow.
And he's gesturing about what happened. It didn't look like an elbow to me. Now, we'd have to see that again to be sure, but we'll take another look. It might have been.
He swung the forearm behind him a little bit.
Yeah. There's the shot, and it's high and wide.
In the long run, this tournament doesn't really mean anything to Suffolk because they're going to be, playing for their conference and, of course, their region. And that's how you get to nationals. So it doesn't look good on paper, and it doesn't look good for the ego. But in getting to nationals, that's what counts.
That's exactly what counts. And, come on, Frank Vertulo is an experienced coach. My guess is he's going to use this exactly that. This will be a learning experience for his team. And it's going to give him an awful lot to talk about in practice for the next week or so also.
See, nobody can get a real free, open attack when they're down here against Mount San Antonio.
Saw the same thing last night with Montgomery College.
Every offensive player is marked by the white jerseys.
Their defense is superb. Absolutely superb.
Think about this one, Michael. We've got, 12 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game. So that is 90 minutes. Another 45 minutes, that's 135 minutes. So we're talking about 160 minutes of soccer, and they haven't given up a goal.
No, because they played a game plus last night. I think we made it about 90. We made it about 6-7 minutes into the first overtime period before they stopped things because of the weather. So 7 minutes, I'm told. So they played 97 minutes last night of scoreless soccer. And they could end up with almost 190 minutes of scoreless soccer if Suffolk doesn't put one in the back of the net in the next 11 minutes.
It's funny to say, but maybe they're playing for that as well. I mean, they could pack it up and take a rest for the next 11:40, but why not? That's 2 shutouts in a row, basically.
Oh yeah.
And it doesn't sound, when you say there's a shutout, it almost rings a victory, but a 0-0 score is still a shutout.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Absolutely. We had 2 shutouts pitched last night. So again, we have to tip our hat to this Mount San Antonio team. They are really something to see. They're putting on a clinic here today against Suffolk.
Oh, there's number 6, Mr. Brown. Number 13, Danny Moreno.
Oh my gosh!
Really beating his man. Got a great lead pass. It was beat the defense and took it in and beat Herson Guzman pretty easily.
So that's a goal for Danny Moreno to go along with his earlier assist. So they're piling it on right now.
Yeah, that was a physical goal too, because he had Adam Mack, and Adam Mack's a tall kid, on his left shoulder, and he just fought right through that. Good grief. Who would think that Suffolk would come down here and be down 6-0 and lose 5-2 yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, wow. They have given up 9 straight goals. So, and we're going to start thinking about who our player of the game should be.
And they just got a yellow. Julio Olivares. Little frustration on that foul.
No question. And Frank Vertulo not happy. I saw him kind of make a dismissive gesture over there on the far sidelines.
Still 10 minutes to play in this one, and it's 6-0.
They're just absolutely controlling things.
I'll tell you what, when it's 5-0, 6-0, that clock ticks a heck of a lot slower, Michael.
It does. So, watch the activity out there and just admire the play of Mount San Antonio. And this has been such a great tournament. And one way to keep on top of this tournament and find out about upcoming events with Montgomery College Athletics is to follow the Raptors, like the Raptors, on Facebook. The Raptors have a new Facebook page. The MC Raptors Facebook page is at facebook.com/the-RaptorsMC. If you like them on the Facebook page, you'll get updates on everything that is happening. And there's always a lot going on with Montgomery College athletics, particularly this time of year. Soccer season is underway for both men's and women's soccer and women's volleyball as well. So updates on games, players, awards, events, so on and so forth.
And the Montgomery College Facebook page has almost 10,000 likes. That's pretty good, and over 15,000 visitors.
And it's been building. So
and the last photo that was posted on Montgomery College's Facebook page is of the Maryland Soccerplex.
There you go.
And that was yesterday. That was before the rains came. It's a beautiful green shot of that grass. High clouds. And then it all changed.
It all changed.
It changed with a very loud siren around us.
Yeah, they have a siren. They have a warning system here for lightning. Obviously, when you have this many fields with this many, and here we go, comes an attack by Mount San Antonio.
The fleet-footed Tyrone Pitter again.
There's a shot. Guzman stops that one. But they have a lightning warning system here that's tied to radar, and if there's lightning in the region, an alarm horn goes off, and everything gets shut down. The stands have to be cleared because they're metal stands, and of course that's dangerous. And that's exactly what happened last night.
And it's interesting, the clock that has to tick. So every time that system detects more lightning in the area, the clock resets itself, because you can't just throw everybody out there. Oh, we haven't seen a lightning strike in a couple of minutes. Let's get out there and play some soccer. But it's more than just this stadium field. There's 20-plus fields all around us, and it's all youth soccer. I mean, I'm looking around right now, and there's people over on the distance, way in the distance, and and a lot of kids here, so you don't want to mess around like that.
No,
so
you don't. You need to err on the side of caution, and that's exactly what happened last night. And like you said, every time there is a lightning strike in the vicinity, the clock resets for a half an hour.
And that's why we didn't get the second game started until 8:30 last night.
That's right. So we had a 2-hour delay, 2-hour plus delay, really, because they cut the warm-up time for the second game. They didn't even do player introductions for the second game. They wanted to get out there and get playing. And like we said last night, it looked like Richland was a little more ready. So just over 5 minutes to go in the game. And we are nearing a decision here. I think Mr. Rosano has just about made up his mind on who he thinks the player of the game should be.
Okay, I think I've made up my mind. Okay, you ready, Mr. Brown?
Who's it going to be, Marcus?
I'm going with Danny Moreno.
Danny Moreno.
13.
Number 13.
For Mount San Antonio.
Or it could be Edgar Murillo.
Oh, it could be
3.
Edgar Murillo. Well,
so that's.
So are we going Murillo or Moreno?
I think it could be either one. The crew of the truck picked Danny Murillo.
Well, let's give it to the truck.
Or
okay.
Edgar Murillo.
Okay, truck, you win.
The truck wins because they have more people. Plus they have Francine Wyron at the controls, and she could just cut our mics if we don't agree with her.
Well, I was going to take Danny Roman anyways because I like his hair, but let's go with the truck. We'll take Edgar Murillo.
So we're going with Edgar Murillo. In a game like this, you could really look at it a lot of different ways, but Edgar Murillo did score the third goal of the game, and so Edgar Murillo is our player of the game in the third game here of the Tom Bichy tournament.
And if Mr. Murillo's family is watching on live stream, we don't really have anything to give Edgar. No awards. It's just, fame and, accolades for the rest of his life because he was our player of the game.
And actually, you could have picked the starting 11 for Mount San Antonio.
Keith Vegeta. He was a thorn in the side of the defense for Suffolk, streaking down the sides here.
He was terrific. Of course, as we said, number 13, Danny Moreno, with a goal and assist, certainly could have been our choice. Bucera made some nice saves at the beginning of the game. He certainly is part of the conversation. So it's definitely a team effort here for Mount San Antonio.
Fernando Jimenez as well.
Yes. And there you get a look at some of the other fields at the Soccerplex. Of course, we're on the main stadium. There are as you said, over 20 additional soccer fields here, and they are all beautifully maintained.
And it's a great place to come. I mean, if you're in Montgomery County or the outlying areas, for July 4th, the festivities are great, and there's obviously plenty of space to put your blanket down or have your kids run around. They have concerts, but it's an excellent venue that hosts a lot of community events.
There's a home show here this weekend as well, in addition to all the various soccer matches. We're not the only soccer match going on, and there are others on adjoining fields. Yesterday was Kids Day out here. Good grief. There were a lot of little kids. There were, even before the tournament started, they were using this main stadium field for youth soccer.
Yeah, how cool is that, being a 7, 8, 9-year-old kid out here playing soccer before the big boys show up?
They were some little kids. I don't know how old they were. They looked like they might have been 4 or 5. You know, of course, it's magnet ball at that age. A lot of fun. My soccer coaching experience was at that age group. And, of course, you know, they also have professional soccer here. The Washington Spirit National Women's Soccer League team plays here as well on the main field. And those games are put on the internet as well.
Go to www.washingtonspirit.com.
Check out their schedule. I believe their regular season is concluded.
Actually had nephews here from Salisbury 2 weekends ago because they played an entire weekend tournament here.
So teams coming from all over the place to play here. We are down to the final 20 seconds of the game. And Mount San Antonio is going to win this one big.
Convincing win for the Mounties.
And that is the end of our game. Mount San Antonio with a decisive 6-0 win over Suffolk County Community College from New York. And Marcus and I will be right back with some post-game comments, a look at the highlights after this. You're watching the Tom Bichy Soccer Tournament on Montgomery College Television.
No matter where you're headed, no matter what your age, you'll find it all here at Montgomery College. Small class sizes, flexible scheduling, over 130 programs of study, award-winning faculty, nationally ranked NJCAA athletics. The possibilities are endless at Montgomery College. Register today.
Check out more Montgomery College programming at youtube.com/Montgomery College and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Montgomery College TV.
And welcome back to the Soccerplex in Boyds, Maryland. Michael Brown alongside Marcus Rosano, where we just saw Mount San Antonio dismantle Suffolk College 6-0 in the third game of the Tom Bichy Soccer Tournament. Marcus, what can you say? That was an impressive outing by Mount San Antonio.
Talk about a statement victory. Mount San Antonio played to a 0-0 tie yesterday with Montgomery College, and they came out here today and absolutely obliterated a very, very strong and a very, very experienced Suffolk Sharks team. I can't explain it. A 6-0 score is not something that you see Suffolk, losing by. It's mind-boggling. But coming into this tournament, Coach Pedro Braz, Montgomery College's coach, said you got to look out for this Mount San Antonio team because it could be the best team in the country.
Well, they totally dominated every facet of the game. Statistic-wise, the shots on goal, just complete disparity, corner kicks, saves, and they got goals from Danny Roman, Fujita, Murillo, who was our player of the game, Jimenez, Hernandez, and Danny Moreno for the 6-1 win. And, of course, their coach, Juan Sanchez, has got to be thrilled with the way they played today.
And that gives credence to the way that Montgomery College played the Mounties yesterday, to play a 0-0 tie, and then we come out here and we see Suffolk give up 6 goals to them. Not sure. It's different days, it's different teams, it's different styles, but it's still – Coach Braz is up here in the stands watching this game. Now he's getting ready to go on the field. He just must be thinking, wow, my guys played a 0-0 tie with a team that is blowing away a national contender.
That's right. I mean, Suffolk finished second in the nation last year. They're number 3 in the national poll. So this is no pushover that Mount San Antonio took down today, and it was a convincing win. You cannot say enough about their defensive backline, their midfield play, and today we really saw their offense come alive.
And some of the Suffolk players were literally laying, on the pitch here at the end of the game, just totally upset with what just transpired. I don't think they're looking forward to the trip back to New York with Coach Vertulo, but they were just dejected, very dejected, sort of wondering what the heck just happened to us here.
Well, that sets up the second game of our doubleheader, which will be the final game of the Tom Bichy Soccer Tournament. In that one, the host, the Montgomery College Raptors, will be taking on the very tough Richland team from Texas. Marcus and I are going to be right back with the start of that one in just a few minutes. Stick with us. You're watching the Tom Bichy Soccer Tournament on Montgomery College Television. From the Soccerplex in Boyds, Maryland, Montgomery College Television is proud to present the final game of the Tom Bichy Soccer Tournament. with the Montgomery College Raptors taking on Richland College from Texas. Hello, everybody. I'm Michael Brown, and once again, it's my pleasure to welcome in my partner, Marcus Rosano. Marcus, this is the final game of the Tom Bichy soccer tournament. There's a lot at stake here.
There really is. It's quite simple. This is a championship game. If Richland wins, they are the first Tom Bichy soccer tournament champion. And the caveat to that is Montgomery College still has a chance to be the champion. However, they will have to win by 7 goals. So if MC shuts out a really good Richland team 7-0, then we have a Raptors champion.
Well, it's been a terrific tournament, and we expect another great game today. Montgomery College has really done a great job of putting this tournament together, bringing 4 of the best teams in the country together for the Tom Bichy tournament. Of course, this tournament was put together in memory of Tom Bichy, the longtime Montgomery College men's soccer coach, Hall of Famer. When he retired, he held the record for the most victories by any coach in NJCAA history. So Montgomery College put this tournament together in his honor, and they've done a fine job. And in our final game, we're going to see Richland College going up against Montgomery College. Richland College was dominating last night. They knocked off Suffolk, the number 3 team in the country, 5-2 in very impressive fashion. It was tied 2-2 at halftime, and they just dominated the second half. And, of course, they're taking on Montgomery College, the tournament host. Montgomery College played sort of a weird 0-0 draw last night. They played a full 90 minutes, 0-0. They went to overtime. And then midway through the first overtime period, play was halted because of weather. We had a terrible lightning storm. Not a whole lot of rain, but a lot of lightning. They had to stop play for over 2 hours. Finally, the tournament officials said, oh, wait a minute. You know, if we're going to get the second game in, we got to bring this one to a halt. So they called it a 0-0 draw. So that's where Montgomery College ended up last night. So we're just moments away now from the start of this one, and I'm looking forward to a big one.
This is going to be a good match, and we saw Montgomery College play to a 0-0 tie with a Mount San Antonio team that we just saw put up 6 goals against Suffolk. So we thought that Richland probably looked like the best team of this 4, but Mount San Antonio put up 6 goals, and MC played 0-0 with them. So this is going to be kind of interesting. I'm looking forward to this one.
I sure am, too, and we are just moments away now from the start of the final match of the tournament. Stick with us. Marcus and I will be right back with our starting lineups and the opening kickoff after this. You're watching the Tom Bichy Tournament on MC TV. And welcome back to the Soccerplex in Boyds, Maryland. Michael Brown alongside my partner Marcus Rosano. And we are just about ready to get the final game of the Tom Bichy soccer tournament underway. The teams have just about completed their warm-ups. We still see a couple of Richland guys out there loosening up the legs, but we are just about ready to meet the starters for both teams.
Seems like Groundhog Day. We've been here before.
And we're going to meet the starters for Richland first. And there's Richland. They last season they were 11-5, finished 3rd in the country. They've won 5 NJCAA national championships. They did that between the years of 2002 and 2000. It was actually 2007. They came in 2nd in 06 and 09, And they are currently ranked 5th in the National Soccer Coaches Association of America Top 10.
Oh.
Montgomery College, last season 22-3-0. They finished 4th in the country. They have made 2 straight national title appearances. In 2012, they finished 2nd. In 13, they finished 4th, and they are currently ranked number 7 in the NSCAA. So we are just about ready to meet the starters for both teams.
Okay, let's start with Richland. In goal is David Ruiz, number 1. Freshman defenseman is number 3, Leon Fahy-Byrne. Number 4 is Gerard O'Sullivan, another defender. Number 5 is Fernando Arellano, another defender. Number 6, Pierre Bouquet, a freshman midfielder. Number 8, Jose Hernandez, a sophomore defender. Number 9, Big Danny Barnard, freshman forward. Number 10, Mac Reyes, a freshman midfielder. Number 17, Boniface Bani Niantica, a freshman forward. Number 21, Kyle Talley is a sophomore midfielder. And rounding out the starting lineup is number 27, Edward Ed Hinsinger, a freshman forward, and he was excellent yesterday in their victory over Suffolk. Their coaches are Sean Worley, head coach, Raul Herrera, assistant, and Kevin Megley, assistant coach.
And now we see that the starters are actually being introduced to the audience. So
the camera shot is a little bit deceiving because all of our fans are on this side.
That's true.
The part that you can't see on television.
That's true. That is.
That's Bonnie Nantika, and he's going to win the hairstyle contest by far today.
Oh, I think it's. I think the contest is over.
And I don't think number 6 Pierre Bouquet is going to win the hairstyle contest.
No.
Well, he might the Michael Brown hairstyle contest.
Well, he gets my vote. Of course,
you've got a lot of Michael Brown hairstyles on Richland.
I understand that, and I guess I get it. When I was that age, I wanted every hair I could have on my head. But these guys are playing soccer down in Texas, where it gets pretty hot. So I guess I get it. Of course, if they've heard the Cowboys score, they're not going to be real happy. But we're not going to talk about that.
No, we're not.
So, yep, there's another one taking after me.
But you're still going to root for the Raptors. We know that, regardless of
hairstyles,
kinship to hairstyle.
That's true. And then you have the other extreme, number 10, Mac Reyes, with quite the mop top.
You know, I ran into Mac Reyes earlier today, and I told him that he played a great game yesterday, but I told him that he looks a lot smaller on television than he does in real life, and he really appreciated that. But at the same time, standing next to a couple of giants on his team, because that team is very big, a little bit deceiving.
That was their goalkeeper, the last to be introduced, Igor Nascimento. And now we're going to meet the Montgomery College Raptors. And, of course, there is head coach Sean Worley. He is in the middle now between the three coaches. And he is beginning his 19th season. Okay, here comes the starters for Montgomery College. In goal, number 0, Bogdan Svitin.
Played fantastic yesterday.
He played a great game yesterday. Next up is number 8, the co-captain, Fabrice Maba, midfielder. Up next, number 9, Jonathan Barron, sophomore midfielder.
What a spark plug he was yesterday in the second half.
He really was. And up next, number 10, the defending leading scorer in the country, Gabe Nadai. Up next, number 12, a midfielder, Alvin Fonkua. He played well last night as well.
He was another anchor on the defense.
And next up, another big goal scorer for the Raptors, number 14, Javier Nieto. Javier was in the top 5 last year in goal scoring, had 25 goals. Up next, number 15, Christian Juarez, midfielder. And up next, this gentleman played well yesterday as well, number 18, Martin Moreno. Up next, number 22, Rafael Pashano. He's a freshman. He was actually a redshirt freshman. He injured his knee last year in a preseason scrimmage. Up next, number 23, co-captain, defensive stalwart, Brandon McCoy.
And he was, I guess, player of the game, too.
Yes. And finally, number 25, Marcos Maradel. Played well as well yesterday. Did a good job out there. Of course, the head coach for Montgomery College is Pedro Braz. And his assistants are Trey Livingston and Alvaro Nieto. And now it's time for our national anthem. We see the 3 Montgomery College coaches standing there. Pedro Braz on the right.
May we rise for our national anthem.
That was our national anthem, and we are just about ready to get underway here. Final game of the Tom Bichy soccer tournament. Both teams shaking hands. And this is going to be a fascinating game to watch.
You know, and we discussed that if Richland wins this game, they are the tournament champion, and because of goal differential, it's almost like when we had the World Cup, where you had the pools, and you got to get out of the pools of the groups, and if you had a record the same as another team, you had to go by goal differential, and that's an unfortunate happening, but that's the way you have to do it. So when Suffolk goes down to Mount San Antonio 6-0 in the third game of this basically 4-game series, that makes it really difficult for a team other than Richland to win it, meaning Montgomery College. So if Montgomery College were to win today, to get to be named the champion, they would have to overcome the 6-goal differential, because they tied yesterday with Mount San Antonio at 0-0. So the odds are stacked against them to be named champion, but I don't think the Raptors nor Coach Braz care about really the title as much as they do a victory against Richland. And you and I discussed, and we were almost jaw-dropped with how tough this team looked yesterday.
Richland is going to be a handful. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. They are one tough team. And, to take it even a step further, I think that Coach Braz would just really be happy to see them just play well. And, again, there's no such thing as moral victories in soccer, but he wants them to play well. And but I think you're right. he would love a victory, of course, more than anything. So we shall see. But Richland is a load, folks. They are tough. They are big, strong, and physical.
There may be more goal-scoring opportunities today than there was yesterday against Mount San Antonio, because Mount San Antonio has yet to give up a goal. And we saw that Richland was more of an attack-oriented team, so maybe there will be, some chances that they can capitalize. But Mount San Antonio played such suffocating defense in both games that we saw, not to say that Richland isn't a good defensive team.
So Montgomery College, of course, is in the black with the purple accents. Richland in all white with the green numbers. And we are getting underway. The final game of the Tom Bichy Soccer Tournament coming to you from the Soccerplex in Boyds, Maryland, right here on MCTV.
This is a very young Raptors team, so I'm interested to see how they really match up against an experienced team and a physical team, just to kind of see where they are mentally in a pretty big game, even though it is early September.
And again, this could be a preview of the National Championship Tournament that'll be held in upstate New York in mid-November. Both these teams were there last year, so they're not unfamiliar with each other. And I'll tell you one thing, the weather in November in upstate New York is nothing like the weather we've got today. I had a lot of layers on up there last year. And there's a breakaway and a goal.
Boy, Ed Hensinger got behind Funkawa, and he made it count.
That did not take long. As Ed Hensinger finds the back of the net.
And again, it was Funkua who had him marked, and the ball got behind him, and Hensinger collected and put the ball past Bogdan.
So Richland jumps on top very quickly, barely over a minute in. And we'll see what that does to the psyche of the young Montgomery College team. And there's Barron, centers it.
Possession is a big deal today as well, because we didn't see Montgomery College possess the ball for very long stretches of time yesterday.
No, we did not, and we'll be looking for that, particularly in the second half yesterday. Mount San Antonio definitely dominated possession. There's another centering pass, dangerous.
Wow, Hensinger is solid. That center was on the mark, right in front of Bogdan, and gave his teammate an opportunity to put a header in.
Yeah, Bonnie Niantica had a pretty good opportunity there. And there's a foul, and that'll set up Hensinger.
Nice duo they have with Mac Reyes coming up the middle, and we've seen how creative he can be. And then you have that Blazer who's got a pretty good foot, number 27. Ed Hensinger.
Who's going to kick it? It's Reyes to Hensinger, and shot is wide.
Wow. Just like that, not even 3 minutes in, and we've got a different face to this game.
That is for sure. Drastically different than yesterday's game with Montgomery College and Mount San Antonio.
And Marcus Moradell, I think, thought Jonathan Barron was over there near the touchline, and he wasn't. That's one thing that's going to improve over time, and that's basically the communication.
Here's Gabe Nadai with a little bit of an opportunity. Shot, didn't get enough of it.
And that's what we didn't see yesterday. Gabe Nadai with space to create on his own, and that's what he's best at. And that was probably as open as he had gotten in the entire game yesterday. And we're only almost 4 minutes in, so that's a good sign.
Lots of time to go, of course. Just underway. Got a lot of action there, a lot of holding on between players down there. And there's a Montgomery College player down.
Is that Marcos Moradell?
It is.
He played a very good game yesterday.
And that is a foul on Richland. So Brandon McCoy with the kick. Richland is a physical team, and they are definitely the most physical team in this tournament.
MC not quite as sharp in the early going today. As we saw, Brandon McCoy couldn't make a mistake yesterday, and he just kicked the ball out of bounds.
Big leg there.
Nice move by Cashano.
Yeah.
To get that back into the offensive side. Get the ball anywhere near their goal scorer, number 10.
There's a centering pass. Good job there by Montgomery College. McCoy.
Again, pretty awesome for Coach Worley to come all the way from Texas to this tournament when, you know, in all likelihood he's going to be in Herkimer. Well, you never know, but good possibility that he's going to be in Herkimer, and there's a good possibility that he can see Montgomery College in Herkimer. But to come here today really shows a lot of respect and a good selling point, being a great crop of talent they're going to play against and an awesome venue as well.
Well, he was very excited about coming. I talked to him 2 or 3 times before they came up here. He's very excited. They like to make one trip east a year to try to play some of the tougher competition, like to measure up. And I'd say right now they're measuring up quite well. Of course, he knows it's a long season. It's a long way to November. And of course, we talked yesterday about the path that they have to follow to get there.
Right.
They play in the Metro Conference in the Dallas area. There are not that many Division III schools in their region, so they not only have to win their region, but then they have to travel up to Minnesota for the district, and they have to win that in order to advance to the Nationals. So that's a new wrinkle, that just started last year.
And it's interesting you say that because they're going to have already traveled thousands of miles to play a tournament this weekend. So it won't be a culture shock for the freshmen to travel up to Minnesota or so whatever Midwest, and then all the way to Herkimer.
Yeah, he told me it's the Minnesota-Illinois region.
Minnesota-Illinois, which is just bewildering, but
that's a long trip from Dallas. There's a shot, and it's high.
But they've already done it, so that's pretty smart. Think about it.
Well, they pay for these trips through fundraising. They also have at Richland College, they have a 14-field soccer complex. And they rent those fields out. They run clinics and classes and that type of thing on those fields. Leagues use those fields, so they raise money that way as well. That's how they pay for these trips.
And that's pretty smart. Athletics and facilities coming together to, to have some revenue-generating, opportunities other than just getting out there, and doing the car washes and doing the things like that a lot of these community colleges have to do. But that's pretty smart. You have your own venue, and the community is going to use it.
Yeah, it sounds like it's very similar to Soccerplex, except not as big. Soccerplex with over 20 fields. There's Danny Barron. I've heard a lot about Danny. Oh, I'm sorry, Jonathan Barron. I'm sorry. I don't know why I wanted to call him Danny Barron. Been a long weekend.
It has. We were here, well, you were here a lot longer, but I think I pulled in at 11:30 last night into lovely Mount Airy. And
Yeah,
you were probably pretty close.
Yeah, we it just missed. Just missed.
That was a nice. That was Nieto with a kind of an awkward lefty bender.
Wow. Saw him score many the goal last year. He was all over the highlight reel. Of course, he and Gabe Deny, but last year Montgomery College just tore up the country in scoring. Set a school record for most goals in a year. They led the nation in scoring. They had 6 players in the top 30 in goal scoring last year in the country.
Imagine that. Whew.
So Nieto had 25 last year, and of course Gabe Nadai led the entire nation with 35 goals.
I looked at some of the scores and I thought that they were misprints.
Yeah,
they had one stretch of 3 games where I don't know, where it was something like 20-something to 1. Yeah, they could put the ball in the back of the net, that's for sure. But they had some experience too, which is a lot different this year.
Last year they had 14 players returning from Pedro Braz's first season. This season, just 4.
Nice play, Marcus Mordell.
Very nice. As Pedro said, this year reminds him more of his first season as head coach 2 years ago when he had next to nobody back. And, of course, he was starting from scratch as a brand-new coach. But he said this year reminds him more of that year, obviously, because of the number of returners. But it's not just players getting to know playing with each other. It's players understanding Pedro Braz's system.
Absolutely.
And what he expects and what he wants and what he's looking for and all that. So it's not just the players learning each other. They have to learn their coaches and the coaches' systems. Here we go. Pashano.
Hey, we're going to get a corner.
Beautiful sky up there. Look at that sky. And full moon.
Full moon.
We're going to have a full moon tonight, folks.
That's going to be nice. So, well, I hope it doesn't go behind that cloud because that's going to be beautiful.
We've got raptor-colored clouds up in the sky right now as the sun is getting ready to set.
Well, if there's any views that would take us away from Sunday football, it's this soccer field and that beautiful moon on this night. Man.
It is gorgeous. There's a shot. Oh, Gabe Nadai almost had that one.
See,
he was so frustrated.
He's got some opportunities already.
He has.
Again, we keep, going back to it, but he didn't get that open space against
yesterday.
Mount San Antonio.
No. He did not have the kind of opportunity. He's already had 2 really good opportunities.
And when we mean open space, quite literally.
Right.
You know, there was not 2 or 3 feet within him and the closest defender yesterday, and now he's got himself, you know, right there was about 5-6 feet, and he could actually make a move and put a shot on goal.
And he almost buried it. So Nascimento with the save, but yeah, already I'm seeing a few more opportunities here for Montgomery College, and they seem to have settled down. I think could have been maybe a little early game jitters. Richland scoring right off the top.
Mordell's winning a lot of those balls at the midfield too.
He is. Of course,
he's doing a pretty good job right now.
He's got Hensinger on him, who's really been one of the outstanding players, and you would have to say in the running at this point for tournament MVP.
Definitely.
Certainly in the running for the all-tournament team. All that's coming up after this game. So once the game is over, stick with us because we're going to have a special on-field ceremony.
He and Hensinger and Mac Reyes are kind of a scary little duo here.
Boy, that is for sure. They are a nifty little 1-2 punch. That's a little long. And there's Gabe Dundai. Got some space. Gets it ahead to Nieto. Back to Ndai. Trying to fight through the double team. Nice stop by Nieto to keep it in the Montgomery College side of the field. Here's Mordell. Shot. Off the mark.
Yeah, Marcos wants that one back.
That's a shot on goal, but not a shot on target.
Definitely more wide open this match as opposed to the Mount San Antonio match yesterday. And we knew that coming in because that's what Richland played, and we saw it yesterday against Suffolk.
Tell you what, I would imagine that the other 3 coaches were taking some pretty good notes on what Mount San Antonio was doing on the defensive end. Man, that was about as impressive a defense as I've seen now. I've seen Herkimer, who is a good defensive team, a great defensive team actually. But I'll tell you what, Mount San Antonio is better than they are.
Fabrice Mumba taking the ball away from Mac Reyes, not an easy task.
No.
You know, he's been fighting and winning some balls.
Fabrice was redshirted last year. He was hurt, injured his knee, so it's really good to see him back out there. And of course, he's a co-captain along with. Now there's a little hog time there.
You got Mac jumping on big Marcos Moradell.
And they called the foul on Moradell.
They did, which
is staggering. Let's take a look at that. I'm not sure how that's possible.
The only excuse I can give the referee is that they called him with an arm a second before, before Mac Reyes jumped on his neck.
That was Ride 'em Cowboy. I think Mac Reyes thought he was in the rodeo down in Texas.
Mac's a little feisty, He was a lot more friendly outside the stadium here when I saw him today.
Well, you don't have cleats on.
Yes, this is true.
He took mercy on you.
Yeah, and they call you sir or mister too. So.
Oh, that's true. There is that. I've been getting that for years.
There's a nice little intensity level here in this match.
It's been a good, intense match. That early goal doesn't seem to have bothered Montgomery College at all, other than the fact that they're trailing. They're playing hard. Richland's playing hard. This is a good, clean game so far. And Richland looks like they're getting ready to send a couple of subs in. They've got them at the scorer's table. Hensinger.
Alvin Fonkua another turnover when he had a chance to make an attack on the other side.
Couple of subs coming in for Richland. See if we can see the numbers. And Francisco Cervantes. Love that name. Was hoping I'd get to say it, and he's in the game. It's a very musical name. Look down on the field, we see a couple of our social media mavens for Montgomery College Athletics, Mike Simone and George Zuniga. Both those guys do a great job.
Yeah, those are a couple of jack-of-all-trades kind of guys.
They do a little bit of everything for the athletic department. And both great guys, both hard-working guys. Boy, they put in some time. When we get an opportunity, we'll talk a little bit about social media at Montgomery College.
MC is trying to do a little bit more in possession, on the offensive end, and there's still a couple of moves they're trying to take a little bit too much one-on-one, but they are possessing the ball better than they were against Mount San Antonio. I'm sure that's something that Coach Braz wanted to see today.
Well, while we're talking social media, let's remind everybody that if you want to stay up to the minute on MC Sports, follow MC Athletics on Twitter. Wait a minute now. I'm going to finish this after I see what Gabe Nadai does with that ball.
Wow.
I'll get back to Twitter in a second. But right now I'm tweeting about this ball in the end of the. There we go. There's an opportunity and a goal. Javier Nieto. Javier Nieto.
I'll tell you what, that was a centering pass up in the air, and Javier collected it like he should have. Wide open goal, and the defenders totally misjudged that ball. Tried to head it out, and he headed it out right to Javier, who banged it in with his left foot.
And the assist goes to Moreno.
And that was a nice centering pass. Just put it up on goal. That was a couple of things yesterday that we didn't see, that the opportunities weren't there, and they are right now.
And that knots it up at 1. Beautifully done. And I don't think Twitter will mind a bit. So a beautiful centering pass from number 18, Martin Moreno, and number 14, Javier Nieto just buried it. A lot of power behind that shot, too. So we're all knotted up at 1 with about 22 minutes to go in the first half. Anyway, back to Twitter. We were talking about Twitter, and if you want to follow MC Athletics on Twitter, go to twitter.com/MC_Raptors. And if you'd like to follow MC on Instagram, another great way to stay on top of things, go to Instagram.com/MC_Raptors. Both are great ways to stay on top of what's happening in Montgomery College athletics. And right now, I guarantee you, Mike Simone, I'm watching him right now. He is tweeting that goal by Javier Nieto.
Hey, he's beating me to it. That's what I'm doing.
So we're knotted up at 1. And those opportunities, the possessions that you talked about, are starting to pay off for Montgomery College.
All right, well, I think Mr. Simone and myself probably just tweeted that goal. That's a great thing about Twitter. If you're at home and you can't get on the live stream, or not even at home, if you're out anywhere, you can look at your phone, check it out on Twitter, and it's to the second, quite literally.
You could be chowing down at the buffet at Duff's in Ohio and find out through Twitter that Javier Nieto just knotted it up at 1.
That is true. All right, we got a direct kick here, and is that Hensinger?
It's Hensinger and your buddy Reyes. And it's going to be Reyes again, and he's way long.
2 times in a row, Mac has has put a little too much muscle into those shots sailing wide.
So you got to be impressed with Montgomery College, the way they came back, that early goal. They just kind of sloughed it off, and they've kept playing their game. And they look better than they did yesterday, and that was an impressive draw against a very powerful Mount San Antonio team.
And it looks even more impressive after what they did to Suffolk.
That is for sure. And, of course, what Richland did to Suffolk.
Going to have another corner kick for Richland,
who have come right back, and they're putting the pressure on Montgomery College.
Yeah, that's a wake-up goal right there.
Yeah, you may have tweaked the sleeping giant a tad.
Or the thundering duck.
Yeah, the thundering duck has got his down all out of whack.
I don't think you're going to get close enough to get a feather off a thunder duck.
I don't think so either.
Although, our bird is a bird of prey.
That is true. I don't believe a duck is considered a bird of prey. We're going to look that up. We're going to have someone look that up. We have, our student assistant is going to look that up, our statistician in the booth with us.
Is this what the web world has come to? Checking to see about ducks and birds of prey.
I'm not sure what you would Google there. Duck equals bird of prey, question mark? I don't know if Google could handle that. We might just explode the Google.
Oh, no, Mac Reyes.
Yeah, Mac Reyes. He's being carried off the field. Of course, that's a big guy, that assistant coach. I met him. Let's hope he's all right. He's been in a very looks like an ankle or a knee. No, he was hopping on that one leg. And he's being taken care of there by the Montgomery College trainer.
That's a big blow. Basically, he's the catalyst of this offense in the midfield.
And so I hate to see that. So back to action.
You know, one thing I've noticed with MC, they haven't backed down physically at all from this team.
No, they have not. And Pedro Braz's got to be pretty pleased at this point.
But some of the guys on MC, you know, when it comes to physicality, they're no slouches. You look at a guy like Fabrice Mumba or Gabe, obviously, who's built like a linebacker. You know, Marcus Moradell, and even Brandon McCoy.
Brandon McCoy is put together quite well. And
you know, these guys like the gym, not just the soccer field.
That's for sure. And even a guy like Javier Nieto is not particularly big. He is a very strong guy. All right, we just got the official list of birds of prey according to Google, and duck is not on it.
You know, I'm no, what is this? What's the study of birds? Horticulture?
No.
No? Is that plants?
Horticulture is plants.
Okay.
Ornithology.
Oh, I'm no ornithologist, but I could have told you that the duck wasn't going to be on that list.
But then again, it's a thunder duck. So,
and
or
I guarantee you the thunder duck wasn't going to be on that list.
Definitely.
Well, the clouds took away our moon, Mr. Brown.
It'll be back. That moon will be back. It was almost a harvest moon, a little early for a harvest moon, but beautiful.
I also met number 6, Pierre Bouquet, today, and a very French accent he had.
Well, he better have a French accent with that name. Pierre Bouquet. If he came at you with a Texas drawl, that would be a little bit of where am I?
And again, I got a sir.
Well, of course you did. I'd probably get grandpa.
Well, that would apply.
It would apply. We had my grandson in the booth yesterday. It was a huge help.
And he was teaching us about soccer, Gabe was.
He sure was. Little Gabe Brown.
Ooh, Alvin getting away with a push.
Big soccer fan. He plays soccer and was a real devotee of the World Cup.
-minute mark in the first half, and it's 1-1. Again, Coach Braz has to be thrilled with this, with the amount of new faces he's got on this team. What are the numbers? There's 30 guys on this roster.
Yeah, and 4 returners.
And 4 guys that have been on the field as MC Raptors. Together.
Yeah. So that's putting the puzzle together pretty fast.
Got a little chance for an attack here.
And Gabe Ndai trying to chase it down. Nascimento makes sure he doesn't. So we're 30 minutes in. And they've got Gabe Ndai screened off. He gets through it. Had a little bit of just a speck of opportunity there. He's still fighting for it. And it'll stay at the Montgomery College end. Centering past Barron.
Nice shield.
Yeah, nice job. Nice job. Ooh, Nieto had a really good idea there.
Yeah, we really saw that coming.
Yeah. Had a really good idea. That was a give and go.
Almost a corner.
That was a give and go.
Well, we'll have to do a throw in. I forget who we saw yesterday, but their throw in was about as good as any corner that we saw.
That was for it was for Richland.
That's not a surprise.
And Barron was literally being held by number 9, Danny Bernard.
You know, Michael, this game has a national tournament feel.
It does.
You know, just not just the quality of play, but the intensity that you can feel down here. These guys know that they could see each other again.
They definitely do. And of course, like I said, they saw each other last fall. And the coaches know each other well. Wow, tremendous mutual respect there.
That was about a 4 or 5 header volley.
It was something else there. There's Ocampo.
Yeah, they're going to get Pierre. He's not happy about it. But his language, he could probably use some curse words and not offend the referee.
It probably sound like poetry.
It very well could have.
French is a beautiful language. with the kick.
You know, there isn't a height presence when it comes to those 50-50 balls, you know, in front of the net for the Raptors this year. I mean, every time we see, you know, somebody has an opponent like we had Juan Ortega earlier for Suffolk.
Very tall player.
But
of course, Richland has a couple of, well, several really tall guys. They definitely have the height advantage over Montgomery College. Last year, the Raptors had a guy named Mohamed Olari who was tall, could really get up there.
Ooh, that's dangerous.
Yeah, that was, they're not out of danger yet, but that was definitely.
You know, they're really bringing everybody back to defend as well. MC is.
Well, we saw Pedro Braz here last night watching that Richland game intently, and you know, he's a smart guy, and I'm sure he picked up lots of pointers.
Got the dangerous Hensinger taking a seat on the bench.
And he's replaced by Tobias Benner.
Keep him fresh for the second 45 minutes.
Meanwhile, Gabe Nadai has been out there the whole time, as has Javier Nieto. We have yet to see that third goal scorer emerge from Montgomery College.
Right.
And they're going to they'll develop that. That definitely will come.
It could be Barron.
It definitely could be Barron. I could see a guy like Moradell, possibly.
Or Pashano as well.
Yes. But obviously you need numerous threats. Last year they were full of them. And we just got handed an interesting stat that lends right to what we were talking about. Nieto and Nadai, 5 shots between them. The rest of the team just 1.
You're right, Michael. There's going to be a need for a third.
Last year, of course, they had 5 or 6.
Ooh, way to clear that out without sending the ball over the touchline.
That one's going out of the stadium.
Defended really well, and then he turned it into an attack. I'll tell you what, I'm seeing more chemistry and understanding of each other today than I did yesterday.
I am too. And, you know, it builds with every game.
There's Brandon McCoy.
Yesterday was quite the learning experience to play a team as technically sound and as tough. I mean, they had to learn 3 games worth of stuff playing Mount San Antonio yesterday.
Pedro Braz is not happy with this call. Brandon McCoy made a great play to turn it into an attack going the other way, but they blew the whistle for something, and I know Pedro knows.
He was speaking to the official. Not happy.
I'll tell you what, this is the game that we were hoping to see in the Tom Bichy tournament.
That is true.
Man.
And this is a great game. 2 teams really going at it. There's no chippiness. There's no cheap shots.
And Alfred,
it's physical, but it's not dirty physical. It's not borderline physical.
Alfred Kamal is in the game now for MC.
Nieto and Nadai still in there. Barron's still in there. Ooh. Nieto went down hard. And he gets up a little slowly. He took a knee to the chest. That can't feel good. Again, these guys are not wearing armor like American football.
This is true. And they move really fast. Nice slide tackle by Brandon McCoy. What a play. Man, that was good. That is textbook.
They lost possession there.
Yeah, Jonathan gave that up, but Richland gave it right back.
Got a nice crowd here tonight.
Oh, nice shield and takeoff by Jonathan Barron.
There's a center pass to Nadai. Oh, he's off the post by Pashano. And he's knocked down from behind. Let's see what they call.
I can't believe Pashano hit the post. What an opportunity.
That has got to be a penalty as Pashano was pushed down literally from behind.
And now you have
and I don't like this at all.
Pierre Bouquet needs to be ejected.
He needs to go out of the game.
Yeah, Pierre Bouquet
that needs
to
to be a red card.
Yeah, he needs to leave.
He was taunting, and then he kneed Pashano.
Yeah, he needs to leave. And you know what? The guys don't like it when the other kid goes down to the ground, and and after being kicked, or so they stand over them.
But he is staying in the match.
Yeah, they don't have the eyes like we do, of course, because he's watching everything. But he should get a red. Now he's just going to get a talking to. He needs, well, we have the referee giving him a good talking to. I think he's going to pull a red card. Oh, he gave him a yellow.
Gave him a yellow. I would have red carded him myself, and that's not just Montgomery College television talking. We'll take another look at it. There's Barron. There's Nadai. There's the shot off.
Well, he tripped Pashano, and he didn't like the fact that Pashano stayed down, so you go over and you stand over him and said, "Oh, I didn't really hurt you," while you're laying on the ground, and that's when you have to step away. It's part of soccer. Pierre Bouquet knows that.
Yep.
You
got to walk away there. So he gets a second life.
So you're telling me that Pierre Bouquet never went down?
Oh, almost a goal there. Wow, that was close.
Another great opportunity for the Raptors. Let's see them answer this intensity level.
Defense gets back. Intensity level is high. We've got about 6.5 minutes to go in the first half.
Didn't we just say there's no chippiness going on here?
I know. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Said, you want chippy, Mr. Brown? I'll give you chippy. What a nice crowd again we have tonight, Michael. Wow.
Nice turnout for the final game of the Tom Bichy tournament. Really been a great weekend. Despite the weather yesterday.
Good collect. Nice kick. Get it out of danger.
Today's weather makes up for yesterday, that's for sure.
Nice takeaway by Francisco Cervantes. Number 20 for Richland. Bogdan's been pretty much left alone in this first half.
After that initial attack where they scored with just over a minute gone in the first half, he's really had a very quiet half since then.
He was quite the busy fella yesterday.
Played very well yesterday. And obviously saved the game. Saved the tie for Montgomery College.
Oh, nice.
There's a centering and nice play by Bogdan.
Boy, I'll tell you what, Leon Fahy Byrne almost had a goal or set up a goal with pure effort.
Here's Nadai with it. Going down the side. The race is on.
Wow, number 8, Jose Hernandez ran step for step, and then some. Caught up to Gabe Nadai.
Goes McCoy.
Brandon McCoy he's faster than Danny Barnard. So that helped because Danny Barnard was barreling down on a potential attack.
4.5 minutes to go. Knotted up at 1. That sky is just so beautiful overhead now. Rose-colored sky. This is a key stretch of the ball game right now. I just have this feeling. You know, knotted up at 1.
Well, it should make you feel better that Brandon McCoy was again in the right spot at the right time, heading that ball out of danger right in front of Bogdan.
Johnny on the spot, or Brandon on the spot, I suppose we should say. So you know each of these teams would love nothing more than to net one now with just a couple of minutes to go in the half to go into halftime with a lead. Trying to form an attack, but Richland playing good defense at the moment. There's a good ball, but there's Fonkua.
Yeah, that was a good play by Fonkua.
Yeah, nice job. There's a battle.
Eduardo Ruiz playing very physical defense for Richland. Number 24.
Kevin Nguyen is in now for Montgomery College, number 30.
He's a spark plug.
Played well yesterday. McCoy doing the job.
Oh, that's actually coming. That'll go Montgomery's way. That'll go Montgomery's way. Brandon took the ball instead of clearing it out over the touch line. He actually made a play on it and forced Danny Barnard to deflect the ball out of bounds.
That's right. Save the ball.
MC ball. Yeah, referee's getting a little bit tight with the whistle, as he should.
After that play that we saw earlier on the far sideline, I think that's wise. Things getting a little too physical. Want to avoid any issues. It's been a well-played, cleanly played tournament. You want to keep it that way. Nieto does a nice job. I don't know how he got out of that situation. Sleight of foot.
Oh. 22, Tobias Benner was streaking down the left wing.
30 seconds to go in the half. All knotted up at 1.
Seconds left here, and we got a throw in.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And that is the end of the first half, and what a half it was. We're all knotted up at 1 apiece between Montgomery College and Richland College. We're going to come back at halftime. We've got a very special halftime program for you. We're going to show you the top 5 moments in Montgomery College athletics from last year. Stick with us. You're going to love this. We'll be right back with that after this quick break. Number 5 on the Raptor Report Top 10 is the signature moment of the baseball season. And it came on April 24th when MC took on the College of Southern Maryland. MC got off to a quick 4-0 lead, but Southern Maryland climbed back into it and led 6-5 heading into the bottom of the 9th. A walk to John Hanley gave the Raptors some hope, but with 2 outs, Hanley was still perched on second. Then freshman sensation Antonio Pino stepped in and lined the first pitch he saw into the right center field gap to plate Hanley and tie the game. That brought up Ian Velez, who had already recorded 2 hits on the day. With the game on the line, here's what happened. So Ian Velez, 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, man on second. And there's a bouncer to third. It's going to be tough. And he's going to beat it out. And here comes Pino. And he scores. He is safe at the plate. As Antonio Pino has scored from second base to win the game for the Raptors as he knocked Jeremy Ramalia off his feet. Number 4 on the Raptor Report Top 10, the men's soccer team winning their 2nd straight Region 20 and Maryland JUCO championship. After a terrific 19-1 regular season, which earned them their 2nd straight Maryland JUCO championship, the Raptors were the number 1 seed and on an 11-game winning streak heading into the Region 20 District F tournament. They also had a huge bullseye on their backs. Every team in the field wanted to take them down. But the Raptors were just too strong in round 1 as their roll continued against rival Howard. Starting with a Nick Castro goal in the 24th minute, they dominated the Dragons, adding 3 more in the first half to take a commanding 4-0 lead at the break. And it was more of the same in the second as they added 3 more, including the goal of the day from Giovanni Villatoro to roll to a convincing 7-1 win. In the finals, they took on a very physical Potomac State squad that was determined to hold down the Raptors' prolific offense. And it was scoreless until the 36th minute. But then Gabe Nadai broke the deadlock, and Giovanni Villatoro soon followed, and MC was up 2-0 at the half. The second half was vintage Raptors as goals by Ian Oko, Villatoro again, Javier Nieto, and Caio Fonseca iced their 2nd straight Region 20 District F crown.
It feels amazing. Everyone's celebrating. We keep saying it's 2 times in a row, and we think we deserve it. We had some injuries, we had some setbacks, but in the end we came back, we fought for it, and we won.
Number 3 on the Raptor Report Top 10, the thrilling and inspiring run by the women's volleyball team to win the Region 20 championship and earn a trip to nationals. This one still gives me the chills because it was such an exciting run. Made all the more so by the fact that for the first month of the season, this young team struggled as they battled injuries and got acclimated to college volleyball. But as the season wore on, they got healthy. Head coach Amir Mafinajad moved some players around. They added some front court help and finished the regular season on a nice roll. Despite their marked improvement, the Raptors were the lowest seed entering the Region 20 District G Championships. And in round 1, they drew Lorraine, the top seed and number 9 team in the nation. But the Raptors gave the Commodores all they wanted before falling in 5 tight sets. The close loss dropped the Raptors into the losers bracket, meaning 1 more loss and their season was over. However, they stayed alive when they pulled off an upset in their second match of the day, knocking off longtime rival Howard in 4 sets. And they rode the momentum of the Howard upset in the third match of the day to sweep Butler in 3. That sent the Raptors to the championship round the next day, once again against powerful Lorraine. Because MC had lost once and Lorraine was undefeated, the Raptors were faced with the seemingly impossible task of having to beat the Commodores in back-to-back matches to take the title. Sunday's first match was the best I'd seen the Raptors play all season, as they swept Lorraine in 3 sets.
Match, Montgomery.
That set the stage for the final do-or-die match, and the two exhausted teams put on one of the greatest displays of effort, heart, and ability I've ever witnessed. They dove and dug all over the court, and the crowd was roaring with every point. Lorraine took the first set, but MC bounced back to take the second. But when Lorraine thoroughly dominated the third set, it looked bleak for MC. But the Raptors showed remarkable resilience and dug deep to pull out a closely fought fourth set. Just 1 set to go, and whoever took it would take the title and punch a ticket to nationals. The Raptors took an early lead and never relinquished it, as they took the set by 5, and with it the Region 20 District B title and a trip to the national championships.
It feels awesome. I'm very proud of my team. They did awesome. I couldn't even want it anymore, and I think everyone did their part, which is why we're going to nationals.
Number 2 on the Raptor Report Top 10, the men's soccer team returned to nationals and advanced to the semifinals of the NJCAA D3 National Championship. This was the second straight year the Raptors, under head coach Pedro Braz, had advanced to the National Championship Tournament in upstate New York. And in round 1, they drew Century College from Minnesota. Century, wary of the Raptors' record-setting scoring ability, overloaded their defensive side. And their strategy worked until 7 minutes remained in the first half, when Hector Navarrete broke the scoreless tie, and the Raptors went in at the half holding that slim 1-goal lead. After the break, Century, desperate to score, abandoned their first half strategy, and this opened up space on the offensive side for the Raptors. MC responded with goals by Gabe Nadai, Mohamed Olari, and Ian Oko to net a 4-0 win. Despite the offensive fireworks, it was really the defense that did the heavy lifting, holding Century scoreless and allowing just 10 shots on goal.
Feels great. Every game we come out here, we want to keep a shutout, obviously. You know, it's not just me in the back. I also have a left back in Chino, right back in Sergio Cresciani, and I think we all played well collectively together. And because of them, I was able to play my game, and I felt comfortable.
The first round win set up a showdown in the semifinals with Suffolk, a physical and highly skilled team. And the teams battled to a scoreless first half tie. After the break, MC Sebastian Soto broke through off an assist from Nick Castro. But minutes later, Suffolk tied it and then almost immediately struck again to take a 2-1 lead. The Raptors knotted it up a minute later when Mohamed Olari scored off yet another Castro assist. But in the 76th minute, Suffolk took back the lead, and despite a furious Raptor effort, Suffolk managed to hold on and take the match 3-2. Despite the loss in the semis, this was one of the strongest showings by men's soccer in the history of the program. Number 1 on the Raptor Report Top 10. The gold medals won by the men's 4x800 meter relay team and the men's 4x400 meter relay team at the NJCAA National Track and Field Championships. The men's 4x800 meter relay team of Charles Acevedo, Dwayne Johnson, Jaydeep Donick, and Thomas McIntyre provided the highlight of the meet's first day as they took the gold medal while setting a school record with a time of 7:57:01.
It feels good. All our training has paid off, and we came in pretty confident into the 4x8, and we did our thing. It was just another race, and we did our thing. So it's pretty good. Now we just have to focus on our individual events and go out there and perform and go to finals.
And then in the last event of the championships, the men's 4x400 meter relay team of Charles Watts, Thomas McIntyre, Sahido Shiles, and Neiman Thompson capped off the meet when they came from behind to grab the gold medal and the national championship.
Yeah, we had a pretty rough season, but you know, we ran fast when it counted, and it was just good to know that we can all count on each other out there.
And congratulations again to both relay teams. A national championship is as good as it gets and the perfect way to top off a tremendous year in athletics at Montgomery College. And there you have it, the top moment in Raptors athletics this year.
And welcome back to the Soccerplex in Boyds, Maryland. Michael Brown alongside Marcus Rosano. And Marcus, that was an awful lot of fun looking back at last year in Montgomery College athletics, the top 5 moments. Of course, we originally had a top 10 list all prepared, but because of halftime, we had to reduce that down to the top 5 moments. But it was great looking back at that. What a great season. What a great year for Montgomery College athletics last year.
It really was, and we saw Thomas McIntyre, and when we did the package last night with the Andrea Falcon, the women's volleyball player, and the male and female athletes of the year. And, you know, Montgomery College is really pretty much setting some marks lately. We have soccer national champions, you know, basketball is always a contender. And, of course, men's soccer. And now we see, you know, the track and field team bringing home national champions. So it's pretty exciting. And it's nice to know that we're bringing national champions to this new color scheme that we have, this new mascot that we have. So that's kind of neat, and everybody's going to start knowing that the purple and the black are something to be reckoned with.
That is for sure, and there's some great moments there, and lots of great student athletes, and it's a lot of fun for me to be able to cover athletics here at Montgomery College, and we are just about ready to get the second half underway. Let's take a look at some of the stats from the first half. We had shots on goal. Montgomery College was 6, just 2 for Richland. That's impressive. Fouls, we got 3 for Montgomery College and 6 for Richland College, including 3 on your friend Pierre Bouquet.
You know, the fouls at 3 for MC and 6 for Richland, that probably isn't a surprise. But what is a surprise is that MC's gotten 6 shots off versus Richland's 2. Last night we saw MC against Mount San Antonio, and they struggled to actually get their shots off. And tonight they have a little bit more space. They're not as crowded in the box as they were last night against the Mounties. And you know, it's really gotten Gabe right here, as you can see, put a shot on goal. Just the opportunity to get some shots off, and that's what they struggled with, along with possessing the ball last night against Mount San Antonio.
Here comes the goal from Montgomery College. That great centering pass, and by number 18, Martin Moreno, and then Nieto just buried it, and then we had a little bit of the the kicking part is what bothered me.
Yeah, he did it a couple of times. Left the leg, right leg.
You can see Brandon McCoy in there calming everybody down like a true captain should. And so it was a very interesting first half. I was just talking while we were watching the top 5 moments. I also had a chance to chat with Montgomery College Athletic Director Derek Carter for a couple of minutes. We were talking about what's going to happen after the game, but I said to him, Montgomery College looking pretty good here. And he says, yeah. He says, win or lose, he says, we're showing that we can play with anybody.
Absolutely. And anybody just happens to be Richland College and Mount San Antonio, and those are NSCAA top 10 teams.
Those are 2 of the best teams you could possibly face this season. And you know, this is, boy, what a challenging way to start the year, though, when you think about it.
Could you imagine a lot of these guys were in high school at this time last year, you know, the stars of their respective teams, and now they're here playing, you know, some of the best teams in the country at a pretty awesome complex.
That's a big step up. That is a big step up for these young guys, and you know, this weekend is going to speed that maturation process, I think.
It's already from last night to today.
You can see the difference between last night and today. You really can. And
I like the fact that Richland and Mount San Antonio are such a contrast in style. So Coach Braz has an idea of what he's going to do against a team that possesses the ball, that is very technical sound, versus a team of thoroughbreds with a lot of size like Richland.
And there we see Pedro Braz in the white shirt. In the middle there is Javier Nieto. And on the outside there is Trey Livingston. Those are his two assistant coaches. And, of course, Alvaro Nieto played for Tom Bichy. He was on one of Tom's last teams at Montgomery College. So I know how strongly he feels about Tom Bichy, and I know this tournament means an awful lot to him. And so it's great to see this level of play for the Tom Bichy tournament, and couldn't ask for anything better. So we have 45 minutes of intense soccer to go. We are just about ready to get things kicked off. The last half of action here in the Tom Bichy tournament. The lights are on. Sun is just about down. And we have a player out there with for Richland, number 23, who we have not identified.
We identify him by his great hair.
He does have great hair. It could be there were two players that were listed on their roster did not have a jersey number when I talked to Sean Worley, head coach of Richland. It could either be Sean Saul or Carlos Lugo. So it's probably one of those two. They were definitely making the trip. We just don't know what their number is.
And here he is on an attack.
There's Bogdan with.
Oh yeah, once he's out of that penalty box, he has to use his feet.
And he did it. Gave it the boot. So we had a very intense first half. Well played.
Richland pretty much exploded against Suffolk in the second half.
Yes, they did.
Night.
So we'll see what happens here. They were putting quite a bit of pressure on the Raptors at the end of the first half. So we'll see what happens from this point on. By the way, I did get a report on Mac Reyes from the trainer, and he has a sprained ankle and will not return.
That hurts for Richland.
So it's not the knee, which is a good thing, but a badly sprained ankle can take a long time to heal. So let's hope that's not the case. Let's just hope it's a minor sprain. But he will not return. He was given a pair of crutches, and so he is out of action. And that's a big weapon for Richland to lose.
It really is. You know, he's been a real setup man, making plays in the middle of that field. Richland's come out with some good possession in the second half.
They've had all the possession in the second half so far, essentially. We'll see what happens. We'll see how the Raptors defense holds up. There's a shot.
Ooh, dangerous.
Very dangerous. McCoy gets it out of there.
Got it out to the touch line, so we're not going to have a corner. Nice clear. A lot of subs in for the Thunder Ducks as well, and you could see by the pace of their feet, they're fresh.
Right. Kevin Mirazzolo is in. He was a big factor last night. I see for Montgomery College that Gabe Nadai is still in there, as is Alvaro Nieto, as is Jonathan Barron. They played the entire first half. I'm looking for Hensinger for Richland. I do not see him at the moment.
Yeah, he came out at the 11-minute mark of the first half. So if he returns to the game, he's going to be fresh.
Of course, he has the lone goal for Richland. Javier Nieto has the goal for Montgomery College. And thus it's 1-1. Now it's interesting, Marcus, we were talking a lot in the previous game about the World Cup ball that they were using, and they are not using that ball in this game.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. Curious about that. So now we have the ball down the Montgomery College end. We'll see what develops.
They really haven't had a possession or have generated any sort of attack in the second half.
Not yet.
And we're not even 5 minutes in.
No, it's been Richland with possession.
I wonder what changes Worley did at halftime, if any.
So Bogdan Svitin, a tremendous game last night. Other than the goal,
Which
has really
was
not.
Which was literally to start the game.
Right. I mean, it was literally in the first minute of the game. He has not had a lot of activity.
There's Jonathan making a run.
And he quickly had it taken away. There's a good take back by Moreno. This is reminiscent of the start of the first half, where Richland dominated the offensive action at the start of the first half. And then Montgomery College seemed to take back the momentum. So we'll see how things develop, the ebb and flow of a soccer game. Mirazzolo. That is a big fellow there.
Yeah, Danny Barnard is strong. I mean, when he screens, he screens.
He is solid as a rock. Brandon McCoy.
I like the fact that Brandon McCoy does play the back line, but he doesn't automatically just clear the ball, you know, and shoot it 40 yards up the field. He does it with a purpose, and he's very fast, you know, so he can actually clear it with his legs. But that's also a dangerous thing, too, because when you're in trouble, you clear it, and I think he's heady enough that that's what he does.
That's a good look for Montgomery College. And they'll get a throw in.
Good speed by Christian Juarez, number 15, streaking up the left wing.
Pisciano.
Ooh.
Oh, there we
Nice
go.
ball.
There's an opportunity. Oh, my goodness. Oh, it just skimmed the top bar. Oh, Gabe Nadai. That was the best opportunity of the half. Take a look.
He got the shot he wanted.
Oh. Oh, he wants that one back. Oh. Great camera work, by the way, on that shot.
About 6 inches from 2-1.
Mr. Ed Clark over there with that shot. Former Montgomery College student, Mr. Ed Clark.
You know, I don't know if there's a sport where a miss can be so exhilarating.
I know. Wow,
Nice
that's a heck
clear
of a
by
bicycle
Fabrice.
kick. There's a battle.
Wow. When you put Gabe on the ground, that's some strength.
Yeah, because Gabe, like you said, is built like a linebacker with speed. He is really working out there. I think he's a little frustrated, probably a little angry.
Nice little run by the Thunder Ducks here. A couple of nice passes.
Pisciano with a nice takeaway. Tried to get split that twosome there. Lost it, but they get it back.
Fonkua, nice collected with his chest to give it to Fabrice.
Over to Barron. There's his center pass. And Mirazzolo did a good job of preventing a corner.
Definitely more opportunities for MC than against Mount San Antonio. I mean, we really struggled to see that last night.
Particularly in the second half. I don't believe we had a shot on goal in the second. We may have had one.
It was
one or
just
two at the most.
Suffocating defense.
Yeah. So this is a different style of play. Mount San Antonio, boy, they really showed us a lot today in that first game. A 6-0 shutout of Suffolk.
Here we were touting their defense, of course, and they go out and they put a 6 spot on the board.
Of course, they played over 180 minutes of soccer and allowed 0 goals in this tournament. It was last night, because of the overtime, they played about 96 minutes before and Danny Bernard is down. Boy, when that guy's down, he must have taken a hit.
Oh, I think he. Yeah, he's really a force, you know, on the attack for MC. Playing their striker, he plays up on the end, right next to. Well, he's pretty much the offensive player, right in front of the MC goal.
I'm not quite sure what happened there. Did you see what happened, Marcus, to Danny?
Whatever it is, it's left foot.
He's been a stalwart. I don't think he's come off the field. I don't believe he came off the field last night. I believe he played the entire game, and he's played the entire game tonight. I know that for a fact.
Another one of those Michael Brown lookalikes.
So they're trying to apparently took a fall, and a hard fall. So he's over on the bench being administered to. Hopefully he's all right. But they're going to miss his presence out there.
Nice play by Javier Nieto.
Really gathered it. Pisciano. Not quite sure what his plan was there. He looks like he's going to be all right, Bernard. He's over there staying warm, and they're going to put him right back in the game. He's taking the penny off.
Whoever our follically gifted number 23 is, he's been in the middle of some things in the offensive end for the Ducks.
Nice footwork. I marvel sometimes at the footwork.
Talk about dancing with the stars.
Oh my gosh. But that's why these guys are at this level. They are talented players. There's a turnover. See if Montgomery College can. Nope.
Yeah, Mark Ballas or Derek Huff have nothing on this footwork. Yes, I just did that.
He did reference Dancing of the Stars, and I'm still sitting next to him.
Hey, I'm a refined man.
I'm teasing. And looks like Bernard is going to come in at the first opportunity. He's over at the scorer's table. So I'm not surprised. He's right back in there. Interesting to note that despite the fact that Richland has dominated, see, we've got something going here. They have dominated possession, but they have yet to have a shot on goal.
Isn't that amazing?
This half. So, and I'll tell you what, it's getting cool out there. You can feel it here in the booth. I'm told the temperature has dropped from 79 to 66 since the start of the game.
That is to the Montgomery College advantage. I'm kidding, it's not. But
it's to nobody's advantage.
I mean, if this were November, maybe you could say that because you're talking about Dallas, Texas.
No, in Dallas it's probably 95 today. I left my parka at home.
And we've got to hit the field in a little while.
That's true. We've got a special post-game ceremony coming up at the conclusion of this game. Rizzolo with a good throw in, but Montgomery College got in the way of it. Okay, here's an opportunity.
Nice clear.
They got it out of there nicely.
Uh-oh, we've got an injured MC player.
We sure do. Ankle.
Is that Marcos Moradel again? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. And he's getting up slowly. I'm guessing he got kicked.
Yep, I think he did.
That's smarts. There's no. It's right below the shin guard.
I think he's the one who cleared that ball, but I think that the Thunder Ducks' foot was also in the way. But yeah, that'll smart.
I mean, there's no padding down there. It's just bone. So that's going to require some ice tonight. All tied at 1. Just under a half an hour to go in the ball game. Both goals scored in the first half. Ed Hensinger for Richland in the opening minute of the game, and then Javier Nieto answered later in the first half for Montgomery College.
McCoy again with a great clear.
Boy, he's got to be on the all-tournament team, you would think.
He's done a great job. And they needed some leadership in the back.
Absolutely, because they're all new back there. And he's clearly a leader.
Personality-wise.
Yeah, personality-wise, definitely. As Gabe Nadai goes down. And this has been a pretty physical game, which we expected after we saw Richland play Suffolk last night.
You know, I think they answered the physical bell. You know, I mean, we knew coming in that Richland was going to be physical, and this team is so young. You know, how are they going to react to that?
They're handling it.
They are.
They're keeping their cool, and they're not the least bit intimidated. As Wardell. It'll be a throw in for Montgomery College. Everybody's down in the MC end. And Brandon McCoy wants a card.
And they gave it to him.
So that is a card on number 14, Loic Hoyston. So that's another yellow card.
So they're not keeping stoppage time, Michael. When we have injury time, they're calling
they're stopping
timeout.
the clock.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they're stopping the clock. So no, there will not be any stoppage time. And he just flat out tripped him. He just flat out tripped him.
Well,
so here's an opportunity.
Big direct kick.
Let's see what happens. Pashano. Up. Long.
Wow. That was a nice ball. That really was.
It was. It's hard to make a nicer ball.
Thought Fonkua could get there at the end at the far post, but he couldn't get there.
It was too high for Nadai, who was in the middle. You can almost feel the tension in the air in this game. It is intense, and you just get the feeling somebody's going to break one. Good crowd on hand, as we said.
Ooh, nice through ball.
Here it comes.
Careful. Oh, what a save.
Great save by Bogdan Svitan.
Is that Hensinger again? I think that's Hensinger.
I think you're right. He, hard to see. Yeah, that's Hensinger.
Wow. What a player. Dangerous player.
He really is. Now, he's been sitting, so he is as fresh as a daisy.
And you can tell because he was like a streak of white lightning right here. Wow.
There's a dangerous ball. Sometimes those will lead through.
And that's Pierre Bouquet back in the game.
Right, after his trip to the doghouse.
Ooh, Brandon McCoy going up with the trees.
Boy, that is for sure. Showing some leaps there. A nice pass.
Nice center.
Bishano.
With his
all
face.
over the field. Wow. That can't feel good.
He had to stop it with something.
And Hensinger again with another shot. He is definitely their go-to offensive guy.
Especially with Mac Reyes down.
Yeah. So they are going to have to put some, pay some special attention to Mr. 27 there. He's got the lone goal, scored a goal last night as well, and an assist. He's got to be definitely in contention for certainly the all-tournament team. The MVP that's going to be an interesting vote. I'm glad that's not my decision.
Another dangerous player, I think, just came in the game. It's hard to see from here, but it is. It's Oscar Ocampo, number 12, and he came in last night against Suffolk, and he really made himself known.
He did, and he was.
Wow, they are setting up Hinsinger. I mean, that was just 2 touches, and it goes right back to Hinsinger.
Right.
So they know where their bread is buttered, really.
That's for sure. You know, Campo was one last night who was streaking up the sidelines.
And they found him.
On the wing. Yeah, and they found him. But that was his sort of signature move. You know, we were talking earlier about all the possession time that Richland has had in this second half so far. And earlier we had said they didn't have any shots on goal. Well, all of a sudden Hensinger comes in,
and
they've got 2 shots on goal. So. Coy boots it. Shano. Meanwhile, Nadai and Javier Nieto have played the entire game. I don't believe they've come out. I have not seen them come out. So they're getting quite the workout. They should sleep well tonight.
Well, they're young.
They sure are.
Now's the time to do it, boys.
Rizzolo, nice center.
That was a great center.
There's Bouquet. Yeah, you'd have to say that, you know, they don't keep, I don't know, I'm sure the coaches keep time of possession in some way, shape, or form. But this has definitely been Richland's half in terms of that. However, Montgomery College has had a couple of great attacks.
We have one now.
Got one coming up now. Oh, they're trying to get ahead to Gabe. He wins the didn't quite win the ball.
He definitely had the speed advantage on number 4, Gerard O'Sullivan, and he got there.
But there was a second guy there for Richland.
And the goalkeeper cut his angle off as well.
Right.
There's Ocampo on that side.
He was on our side of the field last night.
Getting physical with Brandon McCoy.
Approaching 20 minutes left in the contest. Still knotted at 1.
Oof, dangerous.
Sveton.
Every time I see 27, it gets the heart pumping a little bit.
He is an exciting player and obviously a real offensive threat.
And he's a freshman.
Yeah.
Wow. A lot of these big-time contributors for the Thunder Ducks are freshmen, as are MC. But our 2 most familiar faces are obviously Endai and Nieto.
Right. And they are sophomores.
Ooh.
Anna McCoy. Wow.
That had trouble written all over it because it was number 27 who had the open field.
Yep. Oh, nice takeaway by Pashano. Ahead to Nadai. There's a centering pass. Pashano's looked very good in this game. Made several fine plays. Good to see him out there. He's one who missed all of last season with a knee injury. And it's good to see him back out there. Under 20 to go. Still knotted at 1.
Ooh. You're going to get Fabrice on that foul.
And that's probably going to be a foul. Yep. So your friend Mr. Hensinger going to take this kick? Last night he had one just about right here, and he put it over the keeper's head for a goal. Let's see what happens.
They're going to let him fire it off.
He does, and Montgomery College got a body on it.
And that's going to turn it into a corner kick. Dangerous time. 18 and a half left.
It's like number 24, Eduardo Ruiz. Yeah. Ruiz taking the kick. Here it comes.
What a bender.
And they get it out of there.
There's Gabe.
They are on him. Sullivan clears it.
They got him. They got Fonku. Yeah, Alvin with a grab of Hinsinger.
And that's for Francisco Cervantes. Not very happy about something. He's, I'm sorry, that's number 26, Chris Avila.
Yeah, Pierre Bouquet's in the middle of it again.
So that's what he was upset about. He was upset about the end result of the corner kick. So it's a dicey situation here. Meanwhile, the clock continues to run. Hensinger and Ruiz. Hensinger with the kick.
Oh, wow.
And it goes out. So
it's getting so cool outside that the mosquitoes are trying to get into our press box, Mr. Brown. I think we still have the air conditioning going on in here.
yeah, I'm not really sure we need it anymore.
Again. Boy, he's got some wheels.
Beautiful.
Some wheels, doesn't he?
He does. He runs well.
Nice play.
Nieto tries to get it off, no good. Nothing doing there.
Well, nice attack. Doing an MC throw-in.
Counting down to 15 minutes.
Ask and you shall receive. They just shut off the air conditioner.
Martin Moreno with the throw-in. Nieto is out of the game. I just saw him come off. Gabe Nadai is still in there. Pashano's still in there. My guess is he's just getting a quick breather and he'll be out there fairly soon.
Uh-oh.
Here comes Hensinger. Fonkua on him. There's Ocampo. They've got something going here. Oh my goodness. Great save.
It's offsides.
And offsides.
Yeah. Number 24, Eduardo Ruiz, wanted to get a little bit of a jump start before that ball was kicked. And he was behind the last defender. Boy, again, Hensinger just in control. I mean, not only is he fast, but he collected the ball. He made 2 or 3 moves, and then he set up Ocampo in the middle, who then tried to get Ruiz streaking down the left side.
That was a well-formed play. It just didn't produce the desired result.
I'm going to have nightmares about that kid tonight. He's making my heart have palpitations.
Mazzolo did a nice job keeping it
Yep.
into Ocampo. Look out. There's your buddy Hensinger.
They're always looking for him, too, as they should.
Yeah, he's always lurking, and they are looking for him. So the strategy there was to give him a breather in the middle of the game.
And now he's lightning quick.
And ready to go. And we'll see what the call is there. They're going to call that one on Ocampo. As Brandon McCoy gets up a little bit slowly.
Yeah, he tried to jump back, and Ocampo's leg was still there.
And he hit the ground pretty hard. Pisciano. And by. And Saad Marzouk is in for Montgomery College. First we've seen him today. Talk about some fresh legs. He's a midfielder. Played very well at Nationals last year. Came in for Javier Nieto. He's actually playing forward.
Ooh, I think Gabe got a generous call. He spun himself to the ground, and looked like they called Ocampo with the trip.
So a theatrical
Well,
move.
yeah, you know, he corkscrewed himself. Watch.
Yep.
Mazzolo's like, what's going on here?
Gio Sosa going, wait a minute. Is this Academy Award night? So we are under 12 minutes.
Gives him a free kick.
This could be interesting. Gabe Nadai, #1 scorer in the country last year. All 3 divisions of the NJCAA.
Oh, there's the miscommunication.
Yeah, that's the miscommunication. They do retain, no, they don't even retain possession.
Big turnover right there.
Yeah. That did not pan out.
Yeah, that's not the kind of deflating play you want with 11 minutes left in a tie game.
No. So we're sure that Pedro Bras not happy about that. They'll be working on that one this week. It was a set play that did not really work out.
Wow, but Brandon McCoy just cleared that ball to Clarksburg.
That went way out of the stadium. Into the night. There's a shot.
Nice
Feet.
boot.
Oh, he gathered it in. That ball had some pace to it.
It did.
So we are at the 10-minute mark. We've played 80 minutes of soccer and we are knotted at 1. The clock continues to tick.
A little bit of chance here coming up.
Comes an opportunity. Gerard O'Sullivan tripped him up. No call.
I think Sean one extra move, and maybe he could have tried to get Gabe streaking.
And they tried to hit Hensinger, and it went over his head. Gerard Sullivan has been doing a
Yeah.
great job on Gabe to not
Very,
die.
very physical. But that's what you have to do with a physical player like Gabe.
.39 on the clock.
We could be looking at overtime.
We could be. By the way, we neglected to notice that Igor Nascimento has been replaced by David Ruiz in goal for Richland, which was the same pattern they went through last night. Nascimento played the first half against Suffolk, and Ruiz came in the second. Two of the assistant coaches on the Richland team are former goalkeepers at the college level. So, as Sean Worley told me, he says, we got the goalie angle covered. So Nieto back in after a 5-minute breather. And he's got the ball. Pashano. Way long. Under 7 minutes. There's a good shot of David Ruiz. Dangerous.
And it's accented in the fact that it's 1-1 with 6 minutes left.
Yeah. So.
A lot of tension out here tonight.
What a game. A lot of pressure right now.
You could say MC's a veteran of this pressure because it was
same as last night.
Same as last night. Yep.
Same situation.
Without the thunder and the lightning.
Right. We could very well be looking at overtime with just 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes to go in regulation. But of course, anything can happen.
I like the unlimited substitutions rule because you're not going to blame any loss on we were just so tired because you can bring in a fresh body, and
that's right.
That's what they've done.
Both coaches have clearly had.
They didn't call Pierre.
Oh my gosh, he got away with that one.
Wow.
And there's an opportunity. Nieto. Oh, just didn't get enough foot on it.
Ruiz, the outstretched left hand before that ball was going to the far post and was going to glance in.
Any height at all on that ball, any height, and it's in the back of the net.
Well, it's a good thing that they didn't call the handball.
Yeah, if he had gotten just a little bit of lift on that ball, it would have gone over that outstretch because Ruiz was on the ground.
It was on the ground.
Yeah. Or maybe just a tad more pace, but fantastic opportunity.
Good clear out.
That'll be MC's ball on the throw-in. Good chance here. Comes the attack. I think Gabe Nadai's a little bit tired.
I think
Marcus.
He's played a lot of soccer in the last 2 days.
He sure has.
Oh, Hinsinger again, right on net.
Bogdan's Featon with the stop. All right. Oh, they have surrounded Gabe Nadai with 3 guys. All right, here comes Pisciano. There's a shot. It's deflected. Crowd is getting into it.
Well, that's a good thing.
We love that. 2:40 to go. Good crowd on hand. They're enjoying a great game.
Wow, what an opportunity Hinsinger just had, and he sailed it wide over the goal.
And Pisciano has a cramp, stretching himself out. Here comes Moradell to help him. Pisciano's played most of the game as well, if not all.
They need his speed. Pisciano can be another one of those answers to get the defenses, because everybody's collapsing in the middle on Gabe, and to have him streaking up the side, and Barron on the other side streaking up the side to sort of spread out that defense, allow Gabe some room to maneuver inside.
Under 2 minutes. Going to be a quick strike. Somebody's down from Montgomery College. I think it's Pisciano again. This time he got hit in the head. He had a rough couple of minutes here. Minute 20. Overtime looming large now. There's the mysterious number 23, whose name we do not know.
Nice play by Fabrice.
We were just told it, number 23 is Chris Harris.
What a great run Jonathan Barron had to center the ball right to a streaking Gabe, and Gabe launched it over the goal, but an excellent opportunity set up by Barron's attack.
Oh. Another great opportunity there. So we are down to 20 seconds to go in regulation.
Richland's going to want to have a quick throw in here.
One last opportunity, wide. So overtime it is. And that means we have 2 10-minute halves. And we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with the start of overtime. You're watching the Tom Bichy Soccer Tournament on Montgomery College Television. And welcome back to the Soccerplex in Boyds, Maryland. Michael Brown alongside my partner, Marcus Rosano. And for the second night in a row, Montgomery College plays extra soccer as we are going into overtime. And Marcus, what lies ahead for this overtime?
This is indeed a sudden death overtime, meaning that if the ball drops and 30 seconds later somebody kicks a goal, the game is over. So sudden death means first team wins. And after the 10 minutes, you have another brief break, and then you have another second 10-minute sudden death period. And if after the second overtime, no scoring, then we're going to declare a tie because there will be no penalty kicks tonight.
Okay, so that is the roadmap that we will be following. And
essentially, if somebody scores, they win.
That's right. Whoever scores first wins at this point. And that could happen 5 seconds in or at 9:59 in. It just depends. But the way it is set up, 2 10-minute extra periods. There'll be a brief break between the two, if necessary. And then, as we see Pedro Braz over there, very animated, but also very encouraging looking. I mean, he's not like he's angry, but he's very animated, talking to his team. And but anyway, back to the overtime situation. 2 10-minute periods with a brief break in between, if necessary. If we go 20 minutes without a score, then the game will be called a tie.
Well, talk about some defense on Montgomery College. If you wipe out that first minute, I wouldn't call it a fluky goal. MC made a mistake and Richland made him pay for it. But after that 1 minute, if you wipe that out, you're talking about 90 minutes yesterday, 97 minutes yesterday, 90 minutes today. They've given up just one fluky goal.
One goal in over 180 minutes of soccer. That says a lot about the defense, and that's there's been a lot of Brandon McCoy, there's been a lot of Bogdan Svitin, but there's also been a lot out of guys like who else am I looking at here?
Alvin Fonkua.
Alvin Fonkua, absolutely.
Marcos Mordell.
Right. Guys like that have played very well. So number 30, Kevin DeWin. So it's been a team effort here.
Fabrice Mumba in the back as well.
Done very well.
Co-captain.
Yeah, done very well. So
that's basically your back three is Brandon, who's been leading that charge, Fabrice, and Alvin as well. But I mean, I'm telling you, Bogdan Svitin should carry Brandon McCoy's books to class all week.
So these guys have got to be feeling very good as we I'll tell you what, we have really here we are. Look at that. Look at those two guys there up in the booth here at the main stadium at the Soccerplex in Boyds, Maryland. We're in the Maureen Hendricks booth on the field. It's a beautiful facility here. We have enjoyed their hospitality.
And our moon is out.
And the moon is out. Nice full moon up there. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's a good shot there. That's by that sentimental, romantic Ed Clark. He loves a full moon. He loves a full moon. So.
Well, let's hope that they don't give up a flash goal like they did in the first half of this match.
Here we go. We're underway in overtime. Extra soccer. Still got a good crowd here. Everybody's been hanging in.
One thing is official, Michael. They will not make up the 6 goal differential that Mount San Antonio has in this tournament.
No.
Montgomery College won't. Now,
No.
Richland, if they score here, they are the tournament champion.
Clear cut. Clear cut. If it ends in a tie, then Mount San Antonio will be the champion.
They're the champion.
Because of goal differential.
And if Montgomery College wins, Mount San Antonio is the champion.
That's right.
But don't tell anybody from the MC side that because this is going to be a great win if they pull it out.
Boy, that is for sure. They will not feel like they lost the tournament if they win this game. That is for sure. So we are underway.
Ocampo is dangerous in the middle as well.
And there's your buddy Pierre Bouquet. Ooh, that's dangerous.
Oof. Wow. Bogdan came out, and that was very dangerous.
It seems like there's a renewed energy out there by both teams.
Oof. Danny Barnard and Alvin.
Oh, what a save by Sveeten. Oh!
He put the big paw up and just pushed it over the goal bar. Man, that was close.
Oh man, that was close.
Boy, look at the reaction.
Sveeten.
The post goal or shot reaction by Richland is amazing.
Oh, they thought they had it. They thought it was over. Oh.
Ocampo putting that shot on goal.
And that's a lot of pressure there. Look at the speed by Mumba. I'm sorry, that's number 3.
Kevin Joya.
Kevin Joya.
That's fresh legs right there.
Yeah, he has not been in, I don't believe.
Oh.
That's the 5th save of the game by Sveeten, who has he's had a tremendous tournament. Boy, I don't know if there's been a better goalkeeper out there than Sveeten. Another good attack by Richland. Look at Sveeten.
Oh.
Wow.
Great play coming out and grabbing that ball.
And he took a hit on that one from Bernard, who was lobbying. Boy, he is a physical player. He just pushed Brandon McCoy down. No call.
Fitton got kicked right under the arm.
Yeah, that's going to leave a mark.
Dangerous corner.
Here we go. They go for the long one. That's a smart play, and that
He's
is
offsides. He's offsides.
He is offsides. Woo! Offsides, no doubt about it. And boy, that was a nicely set up corner kick. Here comes Montgomery College on the attack. There's an open play, and another offsides. So, boy, a lot of excitement here in the first couple of minutes of the overtime.
Wow, what a couple of chances for Thunder Ducks.
Wow. And a pretty good one there by Montgomery College. Of course, they were offsides. But it got the heart of racing.
Ooh, they're going to get a foul against Ocampo.
About 5 minutes to go in the first of 2 potential overtime periods. Potential. Because we are in sudden death overtime. Or as I like to call it, sudden victory.
This is true.
Putting a positive spin on it. Akua. Potential attack here for Montgomery College. Nieto.
What a great play on defense by Richland.
Seen a lot of those on both ends tonight. Brandon McCoy making another nice one there.
Fernando Arellano had that block.
And there's your guy Hensinger. Another nice play by.
Ooh, Danny Barnard with the kick.
Wow. Fonkua didn't like that. I don't blame him. There's a guy on the wing.
Behind you! Behind you!
13 fouls on Richland. 13. And there's a dangerous ball. That's a very dangerous ball, and that is the end of the game. That is the end of the game. As Danny Bernard made the recovery, passed it, and Richland pulls it out 2-1.
Wow, what a heartbreaker for the young Montgomery College Raptors.
That is a heartbreaker. That is a heartbreaker. And so Richland takes it 2-1 with 3:18 to go in the first overtime period. And Montgomery College, I think, is stunned at the moment to see how quickly this match has come to a close.
Boy, did they represent well this weekend, the young
sure
Raptors.
Did.
They really did.
They sure did. So we are going to take a short break, and we will be right back with a special on-field ceremony. I'm going to head on down to the field, and we'll see you down there. Once again, our final score from the Soccerplex in Boyds, Maryland. Richland 2, Montgomery College 1 on an overtime goal.
Welcome back to the Soccerplex in Boyds, Maryland. We're all set for the tournament ceremony to give everybody their awards. So let's send it down to my partner, Michael Brown.
Hello, everybody. I'm Michael Brown from Montgomery College Television, and I want to thank you all for coming out to support the Tom Bichy soccer tournament and for cheering on your teams. We've had a great tournament. I want to thank our hosts, the Montgomery College Raptors soccer team, their head coach, Pedro Braz, his assistants, and also the Montgomery College Athletic Department under the leadership of Derek Carter. This was a great two-day tournament. It featured 4 of the best teams in the country, all 4 teams ranked in the NSCAA top 10. And the quality of play was just outstanding. So we congratulate all 4 teams. Yesterday's games, we opened up with a scoreless tie between Montgomery College and Mount San Antonio College. Our second game, after a little weather delay, went to Richland, 5-2 over Suffolk. In today's third game of the tournament, Mount San Antonio shut out Suffolk 6-0. And then in an appropriate closing game that came down right to overtime, Richland pulled it out 2-1. So the champion of our two-day tournament is Richland College from Texas. Congratulations to Richland and their head coach, Sean Worley. And this is number 21, Kyle Talley. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right, now we're going to announce the all-tournament team. For Montgomery College, number 1, Bogdan Svitin. Please stand out, take a step out and raise your hand so everybody can recognize you. Come on up here. Come on up here. Come on up here. Bogdan, come on up here. Also from Montgomery College, number 14, Javier Nieto. And finally, from Montgomery College, number 23, Brandon McCoy. For Mount San Antonio College, number 0, the keeper, Jorge Becerra. Not here? Number 11, Christian Robles. Number 25, Keith Fujita. None of them here. Okay. All right. Now let's do Richland. From the Richland Thunderducks, number 5, Fernando Arellano. Number 9, Danny Bernard. And number 27, Edward Hensinger. And from Suffolk, none of them are here at the moment, but number 11, Keith Morrow. Number 16, Terry Alice. And number 18, Adam Eck. That's our all-tournament team for the first annual Tom Bichy soccer tournament. Let's hear it for them. And now, the MVP of the inaugural Tom Bichy soccer tournament is number 27 for Richland College, Ed Hensinger. Congratulations to everyone. And now I'm going to turn it over to Derek Carter, Athletic Director of Montgomery College.
Thank you very much. Once again, we want to thank everyone who supported our efforts to put on the first annual Thomas Bichy soccer tournament. We intend for this to be an outstanding event every year. We're going to continue to try to bring the best soccer programs in the country, and we're going to continue to make this an outstanding event. To the teams, we wish you all the best. Hopefully we'll see each other later this year in competition. And to everyone who attended, again, we thank you for your support. We'll see everyone supporting our teams who are going to compete tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
And Marcus, here we are on the field. The tournament has come to a close. What a great tournament. I mean, really 2 great days of soccer. I know we've got some disappointed teams, certainly one behind us here in Montgomery College. What a heartbreaking way to lose. But really, what 4 great days of soccer here at Montgomery, 4 great games over 2 days of soccer here at the Tom Bichy tournament.
This was a heck of a soccer tournament with 4 excellent
soccer teams, and it was unfortunate that our home guys, Montgomery College, lost 2-1 to Richland, the champions, in overtime. But the way that the Raptors showed up this weekend, a very young Raptors team with a lot of question marks and only a few returners, but to play to a 0-0 tie with a powerful team from California, Mount San Antonio, and an excellent, very powerful national contender, and we're talking a serious national title contender, Richland College, to lose to them in overtime, it is a fantastic way to not win the tournament, but just play two great games that are going to tell a lot about what's going to happen with the Raptors over the course of the season.
I couldn't agree more. I think, Montgomery College came into this tournament the youngest team in the tournament by far, just 4 returners. They grew up a lot over the last couple of days. From last night to tonight, you saw a difference in this team, a confidence level difference, an energy level difference, a skill level difference. It's a tough way to lose. I know they're extremely downhearted right now, but they have nothing to hang their heads about.
Absolutely not.
And meanwhile, you've got to hand it to Richland. This is as fine a soccer team as I've seen. Of course, Mount San Antonio, which was the runner-up team in the tournament, they played well as well, but of course Richland went 2-0, so they take the championship of the very first Tom Bichy tournament.
And Richland plays Mount San Antonio tomorrow morning. I'm thinking we might call into work and stop up here at 10 o'clock. Who knows? Why not?
That could be a heck of a game. That definitely should be a heck of a game. So what a great tournament. I tell you, I think Tom Bichy would have been proud of this tournament. I know his family is very pleased, very proud to have this tournament, and this is the first one, and I think we can only look for it to get better. I was talking to Derek Carter before the on-field post-game ceremony, and he told me, he said, I'm very happy with the way this went. He says, but next year it's going to be even better.
And a great job by the Maryland Soccerplex folks here, because this is a fantastic venue. I mean, this is a class act, how everything is taken care of here, and what a great place to have a tournament with national competitors to come here to Maryland with this awesome venue.
We cannot thank the folks at the Soccerplex enough. They have been extremely hospitable, and we really appreciate it. So once again, I want to congratulate Richland College from Texas on winning the championship of the very first Tom Bichy tournament. I also want to congratulate Mount San Antonio for coming in second, but really all 4 teams deserve a lot of congratulations. Congratulations again to our all-tournament team and to our tournament MVP, number 27, Ed Hedensinger, who you're going to have bad dreams about today.
That is a really good soccer player, and he's only a freshman, and we're probably going to see him in Herkimer for the national tournament, and we're going to have to see him again next year because he's going to come back as a sophomore. So they've got a talented young man on their hands.
Boy, that is for sure. So once again, from the Soccerplex in Boyds, Maryland, the champion of the inaugural Tom Bichy soccer tournament is the Richland College Thunder Ducks from Texas. So for Marcus Rosano and for everyone on the extremely hard-working Montgomery College television crew, thank you so much for watching.
Yeah.